He has also worked for the projects such as Himalayan Health in Biosphere Reserve Tribals Transformation. With this, thank you, sir, for chairing this session. With this, I would now like to respectfully call our Dr. Madhumita Dobe ma'am, our keynote lecturer for this session, to give a brief lecture on her title, One Health, Linking Environment and Health. Professor Madhumita Dobe has been actively involved in participation and development and use of effective communication method and media for improving awareness and promoting adaptation for healthful behavior in the community through IEC and BCC interventions. Apart from these, her activity has provided guidance to students for undertaking community-based studies related to maternal and child health, communicable and non-communicable health services research, field-based implementation of public health, along with health promotion and education. She was a former director, professor, and dean, former head of the Department of Health Promotion and Education, All India Institute of Hygiene and Public Health. She is vested in the promotion and education of health, social behavioral changes intervention, IEC health communication, while undertaking several projects under WASH and health, maternal and child health, nutrition, social determinants of health, and Mon Health. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Shorina, for your very, very kind words. And well, it's an opportunity for, can you please put off my introductory part so that I can start sharing the screen? Yes, thank you. Yeah, so you have showed in the screen that my life in the past few years has been, past couple of years, I think all our lives have been revolving around Corona. And it is quite apt to say that it gives me one more opportunity to say the Corona virus has once again brought to the focus that how One Health links environment and health. So for the next few minutes, I'll just try to sensitize this wonderful gathering of geographers to this aspect, which I hope you will take up in future so that we can learn. Let us come away with do away with our silos, and let's work together to understand more about environment and health. The slides are visible? Slides are visible, are they? Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir. So One Health, linking environment and health is the topic on which I will dwell for a few minutes. We all know, of course, you would also agree that many factors have now changed throughout the world. It has changed the interactions between people, animals, plants, environment, everything. Along with that, there has been changes in climate, land use. So there has been deforestation, there has been intensive farming practices, and a lot of new health risks have emerged. Things which were not there before have emerged. So human populations are growing and expanding into new geographic areas, not only people who are forced to leave their homeland, like the Rohingyas or the border population, but more people are living in close contact with wild and domestic animals. So that's the geographic mapping of these are important. It provides more opportunities for diseases to pass between animals and people. And that's what we are seeing now. So there is a disruption in environmental conditions. We are seeing storms, typhoons, cyclones, and of course, many other natural disasters. Also, the habitats of people and animal are changing. So there are more opportunities for diseases to pass between one another. Basically, geography and health are intrinsically linked, and that's what is interesting to me. The social, built, and natural environments are all affecting our health and well-being, and they are directly relevant to health policy, but rarely do we come together and talk about it. Health geography is a subdiscipline of human geography. So health geography is basically, human geography deals with interaction between people and environment, role of place, location. Health geography looks at it in terms of well-being and disease. So health geography is what we call epidemiology, but its emphasis on spatial relations and patterns. So epidemiology, as you know, is a public health core term, which means distribution and determinants of disease. So the distribution depends upon the geographic part. So epidemiology is basically on the biomedical model. It focuses on disease, and health geography, which I was very interestingly listening to. That's why I entered a bit earlier. I was wanting to look at the social, cultural, and political contexts which you have looked into within this framework of the distribution. So medical geography can use, and it does use, concepts and paradigms of the discipline of geography to look into human environmental relationships of disease. Along with that, we have problems of nutrition, we have problem of medical care systems. So a couple of papers have been focused on that in the previous session. So nowadays, we are also entering a lot into this GI science, and in health, they now occupy a very prominent position. I think the first medical geographer was this person. Many of you have probably heard his name, John Snow. And this person was responsible for identifying the reason of cholera. You know, this is a bit blurred, but this was the map of the 1854 Broad Street in London, the cholera outbreak which occurred here. So a map, all he did was do a map. And from there, he found out what was the origin of the disease. And this is a Broad Street pump which still remains in the Soho region. Its handle has been removed. But that was the first insight into how geography and maps can give us a better understanding of diseases and how they occur. So I'll deal with a few maps now. We are all dealing with COVID-19. You have also, as I said, showed my picture of COVID-19, which I've been doing for so many months now. But you see what we understand, where it is occurring, how it is spreading, all this is through maps. So the emerging risks which are occurring are zoonotic diseases, basically diseases which transmitted between animals and men, COVID being one of them. One very important one is antimicrobial resistance, and that's going to be the next public health epidemic basic. We have been treating, more and more diseases are occurring, and they are getting treated with more and more antibiotics. So all this is going to lead to a stage when antibiotics will not work anymore. So antimicrobial resistance is another big important risk which is going to happen very, very soon, very fast. And we must get prepared. We must have maps of what is happening. Then comes food safety and food security. This is a very geographic matter. I'll dwell on it a few slides later. Vector-borne diseases. What are vectors? Vectors are disease carriers like mosquitoes. So this has also changed because of climate, because of urbanization. So where vectors breed are changing, and the map of vector-borne diseases is also changing. Along with that, environmental contamination. You, more than me, would understand how this contamination is affecting not only the general population, but particularly people at risk are people who live in these contaminated areas, not for any fault of their own. So 75% of emerging infectious diseases are now found to originate in animal or animal products. So that is why this term One Health has been coined. This One Health looks at the collective health. You cannot be healthy unless you keep animals healthy, unless you keep the environment healthy. So that's what we need geographers for. Zoonotic disease, basically, as I said, is a huge risk now because people are always traveling. Trade is international. So there is movement of people, animals, animal products across borders, around the globe. So in India, we have quite a few zoonotic diseases of public health importance, including rabies, brucellosis, toxoplasmosis. The names you might not remember. I'll show you just some maps to give you an inkling. Cysticercosis, echinococcosis, Japanese encephalitis, many of you have heard, plague, many of you have heard, newer ones like leptospirosis, crop typhus, Nipah virus, and KFT. So if you look at this publication, the Systematic Review of Zoonotic Diseases in India, which came out year before last, you would find that the spread of these zoonotic diseases are occurring at a much wider area at an alarming rate. So we need maps for that. And there are re-emergence of neglected zoonotic diseases like KFD. I'll show you the map. It was confined to a particular area of India. But since it did not affect many people, we were so happy. We didn't really have many strategies and policies to fight against it. But now it's gaining more and more emphasis. So on top of that, animals also share our susceptibility to some diseases and environmental hazards. So when we have bird flu, we first have bird falls. Birds die early. And as soon as we have an unnatural bird fall, we jump to the area and take precautions so that human beings do not get affected. So those are early warning signs, and that too has to be mapped and understood. So this is just to give you an idea of another map of rabies. You can see India is in a very endemic area, very bright red region, and we would not like it to be that way. Brucellosis, again, another disease which occurs from ingestion of unpasteurized milk, etc. That too is, it causes a lot of illness, fever, malaise, weakness. All these are diseases which share their symptoms. And you can see here too, in India, we don't have proper data of this disease. So that's why we don't really know of the status. And this is another one, cysticercosis. You know, people used to say, don't eat pork meat, you'd get a lot of, helminths in the eggs. So this is what happens if you eat, and food safety is another important issue. So we are again in the blue endemic area of cysticercosis. Another map here is of that toxoplasmosis. Probably you've heard of it, not heard of it. People, you know, this is a common understanding in homes, households. People say, where there is a pregnant woman, don't keep cats, don't keep small dogs. What happens? Dogs for cysticercosis, cats carry this toxoplasmosis, and they might infect the uterus, the fetus within the uterus, the baby inside the mother's body, and the child develops a lot of infections. And as you can see, in our country, we have almost a 30% prevalence, and that too is very, very underreported, less understood as well. So all these are maps which help us understand better. I was talking about KFD. You can see this carcinal forest disease distribution map. It's basically in the southern areas, but with the overwhelming focus on other diseases, KFD remains rather put on the background. But at any time it can flare up, and it does cause a lot of illness, lot of deaths. Once again, leptospirosis, you can find this. This is caused from rat urine. And what happens is we have this waterlogging, we have contamination of water, soil, food, etc. So you can see these children, after a big whiplash of rain and flooding, they're all roaming around. And when the open wounds in their body are exposed, they can get this disease. And there is a lot of fever. They cannot deglutate or swallow food, etc. So all this happens. Leptospirosis too is quite high in this country. It's in the red area. So you see, all these maps we do use to understand disease, understand how it is linked to the environment as well. As I was talking about dogs, this is another form of helminths which occur. You must be reading in the papers the scrub typhus which is happening. Scrub typhus is transmitted through these sugar mites. They stay in moist grassy areas like fields, forests, lawns, lakes, and streams. And children go around in these areas and they get bit. And nowadays, in the past couple of years, scrub typhus is also causing a lot of problems, but we don't have a proper map as to date. JE, you know, is just like malaria, dengue, Japanese encephalitis. But those are caused by the Anopheles mosquito. This is caused by the Culex mosquito. This too is an important area in our country. There are maps, but I couldn't share due to lack of time. Similarly, the Nipah virus, the fruit bats, you know, and how it started. People, again, like Jon Snow, they sat and they found out that children are dying in a particular area, children who were eating fruits which were left by bats. Bats only nibble and throw it down. So the lychees which bats were eating, or something else which the bats were eating and throwing down, all these poor children, they were hungry and they ate them, and it was this group which was suffering from the fever. So that's how we linked it. We went back. And then from the geographical distribution, we understood it better. So the risk factors precipitating these emerging zoonotic diseases are not from one sector. Health alone cannot deal with it because there is pressure on land, there is population explosion. Residential areas are expanding actually. Industry is growing, agriculture, highways are being built, railroads are being built. So as I said, contact between man and animals is increasing. Global warming is increasing. So insects, which are transmitting disease, they thrive better. They stay for a longer time. So, and then we have massive irrigation projects to increase our food grain production, but it causes ecological tumult with impact on these hosts, agents, and vectors. The other factors, of course, because birds don't require visa to travel, they travel, migratory birds. Animals also can travel. Then we also travel due to tourism, climate changes, disasters, political conflicts, and the pathogen, the microorganism itself, adapts to the different situations. So what happens is that earlier also, in the initial stages, people started traveling, but we didn't have so much of infections. But now what is happening, because of the frequency, there is microbial traffic. The person is getting inundated with the number of microbes entering into their bodies. And that's why all these infections are occurring. We need to understand this more, and we need your help to understand this more. On top of that, there is cross-species transmission. What didn't affect us earlier is affecting us earlier. And to understand that, just thought I'd share this with you. This happens for all pathogenic organisms. In stage 1, it only infects animals like rabies, like Ebola, like dengue, like HIV. It could happen only amongst animals. In the second stage, it transmitted from animals to human beings, but only from animals, only one way. Third was limited outbreaks, animal to man, and then only few men could infect further. Finally, there would be long outbreak, and at the ultimate stage, it becomes a human infection as well. This happens with the pathogens. We call it species jumping. So how does food change? How do food chains get affected? We all know culture, society, and religion. It all influences what people eat, how foods are prepared. So sociology plays a very important role on this part of the disease spectrum. The demand for meat from wild animals. Why do people go and kill pangolins, this, that, other wild game? This is largely driven by cultural factors: wild game availability, poverty, food insecurity, increased demand for protein. And meat of wild animals actually is not directly taken from the forest to the table. It moves through a chain. There are numerous nodes along the supply chain where the meat changes hands multiple times, exposing each one to the risk of disease. So the hunters, the porters, the market owners, the food preparer, each person is handling the meat or carcasses and is getting exposed. So additional sources of infection remain the remnants and wastes, which we throw away. These are again scavenged, and newer animals get infected. So repeated transmission of viruses to humans, which I said was the microbial effect or the viral chatter, it increases the human infections. The consumption of wild animal products, which is again another huge problem, is also driven by zoo therapeutics. Animal products are deemed to have medicinal value. They use it for anything from arthritis to aphrodisiacs. They really have a wide application. In India, 15 to 20% of the Ayurvedic medicine is based on animal-derived substances. So how can you prevent they being hunted and people going and interacting with them? Next, let's come to antibiotic resistance. Any antibiotic use in people, animals, or crops, and they are used in all these groups, it can lead to resistance. So resistant germs are a One Health problem. They can spread between people, animal, and environment. Antibiotic resistant infections, what happens? What is the problem? I can go for a second line, I can go for a third line. No. These are all more severe drugs which cause serious side effects. They prolong care and recovery, and they're very much more expensive, both for the government and for us. So if antibiotics lose their effectiveness, the treatment of infections become a huge problem. And this is how it happens. Some types of antibiotic resistant germs can spread from person to person. These are called nightmare bacteria. Some of you who might be having people being treated over the past few years could have come across this name, carbapenem. It's being very commonly used nowadays, particularly in ITUs and ICUs. But they can survive and they can grow in sink drains at the hospitals and spread to patients and to the environment through wastewater. How do animals get affected? Resistant germs are spread between animal and food through food or contact with animals. For example, salmonella, that which causes typhoid. That can make both cattle and people sick. Environment. So you see, this is another example, Aspergillus fumigatus. In the fungus, it's a common mold. That can infect people. That can make people with weak immune systems, those who are being treated for cancer or are on steroids, they become sick. So in 2018, this resistance was reported in only 3 patients, but this is a very serious problem. It was also found in US crop fields treated with fungicides. So you see, you cannot isolate human health from environmental health. So this is how, for food safety, we need to interlink to make food safer. Just to give you an example how plant health affects. Invasive bacteria like, these are all case studies. Xanthomonas, it causes wilting, fruit rotting, plant death. This was seen in bananas in East and Central Africa. So what effect did it have on the human population? It altered the household eating practices. So what was easily available, they couldn't eat. So particularly the low-income communities were suffering from food security. They didn't have enough food. Let's come to mycotoxins. That's another type of toxic element present in Aspergillus. In Kenya, they found that maize was getting infected with this mycotoxin, Aspergillus. What really happened as a result? There was acute liver disease, 317 cases, including 125 deaths. And if there is chronic exposure, it will lead to liver cancer, immune suppression. Let's come to our own salads. People say have a lot of fruits and vegetables, but if you have salads contaminated by E. coli, particularly with open defecation or improper handling of these things, not properly washing it with good water, what happens? Outbreak of E. coli, lot of diarrhea, resulting in Canada, they have reported, in here it would be in hundreds. So food security for pesticide use. We all know that in agricultural area nowadays, pesticide is routine. So what happens? Dietary exposure to pesticides. And we often say that, why are we having these illnesses nowadays? It might be that chronic exposure is leading to depression, leading to neurodegenerative disease, leading to neurodevelopmental toxicity, particularly non-urban, less educated communities who are exposed to these agricultural insults. So foodborne diseases, if we are to prevent it, we have to remember that it happens due to transmission between vertebrate animals and humans, and millions of people get sick every year. So we have to prevent it right from where it is produced, the farm, to where it is consumed. Let's just take an example like poultry meat. At the farm, chicken can be infected with Salmonella, Campylobacter from their environment or from their fields, so they are infected. Now, when they are being cut during slaughter, the carcass is contaminated because the intestinal contents, we don't separate it all that cleanly, so gets infected. Subsequently, humans can be infected with salmonellosis and campylobacteriosis. Now let's come to vector-borne diseases. Once again, this is a huge problem, not only in our country, worldwide. So this is very much linked to environmental, animal, human health, and eco-wildlife connections, as you can see here. Environmental contamination basically means we are living in a world full of polluted water, polluted soil, polluted fomites. Fomites are substances through which infection gets transmitted, say like your bed linen or things like that, towels. So water-related exposure, which can be waterborne, foodborne, food can be washed in unclean water, via vectors that breed in water, via aerosolized wastewater, all these, or direct exposure to contaminated soil or fomites can lead to this type of human health risks. So this is something which we are going to face in near future. We are facing, it's going to be in a huge way in near future, and we need the geographers to come together. So adoption of a One Health approach is absolutely essential. We cannot now keep into our silos of human health, environmental science, and whatever. These are different silos, but they have effect. Each has its effect on the other. And we need to work together because of this broader interacting factors. Let's take the example of landscaping. It does affect human health. Let's take land use, discarding plastic containers, pipe water availability, etc. Let's take social and climatic factors. All these drive disease transmission. And ultimately, if you look at the Sustainable Development Goals, which we are definitely going to overshoot, because by 2030 it seems impossible. But anyway, let's hope for the best. And if we look at each of them, we will find that each of them are linked to all this. So what are the research and responsibilities? Particularly since this is a gathering of academics, I would request all of you that give due consideration to the complex interconnectedness and interdependence of all living species and environment. Try to look at this factor when you're analyzing your data and results. Then transdisciplinary and interdisciplinary collaboration to generate solutions to the complex health challenges. We cannot, as I keep saying, no one sector can address this. No one policy will be enough. We have to look into the health impact of different policies, analyze them, and perhaps do proper recommendations. So One Health highlights the synergistic benefits of closer cooperation between the human, animal, and environmental health sciences. So it is very important that we dismantle our disciplinary and professional silos and come together and work. So in order, what will it do? It will protect us from devastating disease outbreaks. It will build awareness and build capacity on One Health. And I look forward to sensitizing you to this fact that working in silos is just like the blind men looking at the elephant. Each one will interpret it in their own way. But if we work together, coordinate properly, communicate properly, and collaborate with each other, we would achieve the best health outcomes for people, animals, plants, and our environment. So as geographers, you have a very important role to play, and I look forward to looking at those changes in the coming years, and we'll be ready to help you if it is needed, whenever and wherever possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Madhumita, for imparting your wisdom and knowledge to our congregation. Your presence today is a blessing to our assembly. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
So before beginning with the session, I would
Ma'am,
yes.
Kisan, I think, ma'am, I have one question that I posted
please.
in the chat box.
Okay,
So,
let me have a look. Okay, One Health approach is well promoted in Canada, especially to countries having social medicine system. It is well recognized in the policy making more. There, health promotion is also the source of health finance. Where do we stand? What is our approach? Actually, in our country, the One Health approach is just taking baby steps, I should say, because we till now, the medical specialists and veterinarians have worked together to say for the last 5 years or 10 years, we do realize that zoonotic diseases are coming up in a big way. Now, I think in the recent past, ecologists have also come into the fray. So, but we need different disciplines much more. And yes, to impress upon policymakers, we need the evidence. And for that evidence generation, I look forward to you researchers to give us that evidence. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
thank you, ma'am.
So before beginning with the sections, I would like to perform a small confirmation roll call of our presenters. Mr. Riza Nuzman Molla.
Yes, ma'am, I am here.
Dr. Dipti.
Dr. Dipti is here.
Yes, ma'am.
Aditi Bose, Mr. Molla, and Ms. Aditi Mishra. So we will now be moving forward with the presentations. I would also like to remind our chairpersons and honorable speaker that an evaluation sheet has been shared via mail or link for your discretion and assessment. A reminder bell will be given to the presenters after 5 minutes, as everyone is provided with a maximum of 6 minutes to present and talk about their work. Let us proceed with our first presenter, Mr. R. Molla from CCOM Skills University.
I would just interrupt here. Sorry, Kisan, for this short interruption. I think Professor Madhumita Dobe ma'am has just confirmed that she would be not be here for the long session. So can we request our chairpersons to kindly conclude her lecture and just present her a token of appreciation from our end? Because otherwise ma'am would again leave. She will be having a meeting actually. She just
okay, good afternoon. So good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, madam. You're able to hear me?
Yes, sir. Very much so.
Hello?
You are audible, sir.
So, okay. Thank you very much. We had, first day we national conference. and Professor Mithimita and about the environment, health-related things. She explained very nicely about geography, particularly human geography, how human geography is related to it, and very about medical geography, how geography plays very important role in mapping. Normally, when we teach our GIS, okay, for our jar or other people, we always used to use this map, the cholera map. So, Madam explained very nicely with that.
No, I guess Sarah is facing some technical difficulties.
Can we request Sumit Mukherjee sir to conclude?
I think Professor Jagannathan is not audible now. So let me
now.
Yes, yes, sir. You continue. Some problem. There's some problem in your connectivity, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. So, thank you, Professor Madhumita, for very good, excellent lecture. You related with the health, and it was nice lecture. I think we really got good information from you about health. So we can think particularly related to as a very important topic in present state. So very much on behalf of the organizer, so we give the turn of floor, the guest of honor for this international conference on health, environment, and health front and center. Thank you, madam. Thank you very much.
Okay, from my side also, I especially congratulate Professor Dobe for presenting the real, the future of our health management throughout the world. The global health management should look forward in the way she narrated, that is One Health management, and that is really the most important aspect today when we find so many new outcome of this zoonotic disease. The zoonosis process is now getting stronger and stronger and very common. So particularly in this era of pandemic COVID-19, her presentation should be taken very seriously, and our faculty, as she mentioned rightly, these geographers, human ecologists, disease ecologists, and other scientists, even the medical persons, all should put their hands together to handle the situation. I'm lucky that I had some interaction with her in IPHA. If you remember, madam, with Dr. Bechura Mondal, I was introduced to you, and I was working that time in the field of disease ecology. So again, congratulations and thanks and regards to you for presenting the most vital point issues in health management. Thank you. Hello, Anu.
Thank you, respected doctor, for conveying your vote of thanks to Dr. Madhumita Dobe ma'am. Sir, so as a reminder again to the presenters, a warning bell will be given after 5 minutes, as everyone is provided with a maximum of 6 minutes to present and talk about their work. So we will now be moving forward with the paper presentations, sir. So let us first proceed with our first presenter, Mr. R. Molla from CCOM Skills University, Birbhum, West Bengal, to present his paper on the topic, a study on recent status of air pollution caused by automobile and health hazards in Kolkata. You may please begin with your presentation, sir.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Please start. Share your screen.
Are you facing some problem? No, it's coming. Yeah.
Is it visible, madam?
Yes, it is visible. I would request chairpersons, sir, please the time.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
How much time they allowed? 6 minutes?
Yes, sir, 6 minutes.
Okay.
Good afternoon, dear all madam and sir. And good afternoon also all participants. Myself, Rijanujaman Mullah from Sikkim Skills University, Department of Geography. And presentation title here is Study on Recent Status of Air Pollution Caused by Automobile and Health Hazards in Kolkata. Here the location map of my study area. Kolkata is a capital of West Bengal, which is situated east bank of River Hooghly, and it is too small area, just 185 square kilometer, and almost 5 million people according to 2011 census, and which has 141 wards under 15 bureaus. And also here for perception study, I selected some busy roads like CIT Road and Hasda Road, Raja S.C. Mollik Road. Here the objective or central queries. I try to find out what is the current status of ambient air quality in Kolkata. What are the different important source behind air pollution in Kolkata? Next one is there is any variation in the mean monthly average concentration of harmful gases like SPM, RPM, SO2, NO2. Next one is what is the trend, rising or decline of the concentration of different harmful gases, SPM, RPM, SO2, and NO2 also in recent years. Next, what is the current status of air pollution in different locales of Kolkata city? Is there any special variation in the average annual concentration of harmful gases within the city? I try to find it. And next one is what is the different health hazards that the Kolkata population are exposed to due to the air pollution? And next one is steps and remedial action by government and for the air pollution status in Kolkata. Here the methodology for whole study I based this study based on primary and secondary also. Primary data collected from census of India and Pollution Control Board, West Bengal Pollution Control Board, and also Central Pollution Control Board, and Bureau of Applied Economics and Statistics, Government of West Bengal. Beside using secondary and primary data, we use some software for prepare map, and Also, for perception study, I used a survey. Next, it is database for my study. I collected from different sources. Next, air pollution is the introduction of chemicals and particulate matters or biological materials that caused harm and discomfort to humans and other living organisms or damage natural environment to the atmosphere. Air pollution, the principal air quality pollutants, emission from petrol, diesel, and alternative fuel like carbon monoxide, oxide of nitrogen, nitrogen oxide, particulate matter, rapidity growth of vehicular traffic on roads has been far greater than the growth of road network. Kolkata has just 6% road of its total area, which the international norms 25%. But Kolkata has less. According to World Health Organization, 2.5 million people die each year cause difficult to attribute to the pollution. Air pollution is a major problem of Kolkata metropolitan area due to rapid growth number of motor vehicles. Here, in 2017, the annual average concentration of harmful pollutants like SPM and RPM were 179.54 micrometer cube and 82.91 microgram per meter cube respectively. These values are much higher than the residential standard value, which is 140 microgram per meter cube, and also the SO2 and NO2 value is much higher than the standard value.
You have 1 more minute. Go to your conclusion and maps. 1 more minute. Carry on.
Yes. Here the API index calculated formula. The mean monthly average concentration of different pollutants. Here we from this diagram we find out that pollutants are much higher than in November, December, January, and February to March than other months of this of any year. This is the variation of interspecial. Here, if we saw this image, 2013, Koreahat is a busy and congested locality in South Kolkata, having maximum API where Moulari located less in central Kolkata.
Please summarize. Your time is over.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, show the maps. Yeah.
Here the disease from pollution. There's bronchitis, tuberculosis, and acute respiratory infection, asthma, and lung cancer and heart disease by the different pollution which emits from vehicles, different types of vehicles. And government takes some norms for to control this pollution. And then here the different types of norms for diesel vehicles, car passenger, and two-wheeler and three-wheelers. And conclusion, at present, beside industrial pollution, a significant amount of air pollution is contributed the automobile sector. In fact, as per any RI report, Kolkata motor vehicles population double every 6 years. Carbon monoxide and nitrous oxide emission from motor vehicles are rising concern and probably present the greatest long-term threat in Kolkata air quality. NIR emits that 6% of Kolkata residents suffering from some kind of respiratory disease due to air pollution. And here's some suggestion to reduce harmful emission. Go electric car and biodiesel can be used here. And within this rate of growth, it is unlikely that even the introduction of most strange control measure would reduce overall emission and ambient concentration from this source. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Molla, for your notable work. The topic of our next presentation will be Rural Markets and Environment, a case study of Untitled Taluka of Bagalkot District, Karnataka State.
Yeah.
To present this paper, I would like to call Dr. Digti M. Bijapur, Department of Geography, Karnataka University, and present her work. Mr. Armola, I would request you to please stop your screen share. Yes, ma'am, you may please begin with your presentation.
Yeah, ma'am. I'm audible.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, ma'am. Screen is visible.
Yeah, visible. Please start.
Yeah. Very good afternoon to all of you. Myself, Dr. Digti M. Bijapur, working as a teaching assistant in Department of Studies in Geography, Karnataka University, Dharwad. Today, I'm going to present on the topic that is rural markets and environment, a case study of Bagalkot District, Hungun Taluka of Karnataka State. So the rural markets are a gathering of buyers and sellers at a particular appointment time held between the morning to evening. So these markets are attracted by buyers and sellers depending upon the seasons and threshold of that markets. So the rural markets are held in unorganized and resulted into unhygienic situations prevailed in the market premises. So and paved the way for the emergence of an environment. In such conditions, the part-time and the full-time sellers have been inevitably participate in the market for the sales and transaction in a rural area. So the main objective of my study is to study the locational aspects of rural markets, to discuss the functionary process of market participants, to identify the market impact of marketing activities on the environment is the main objectives of my studies. Based on the objective studies, the study has been based on the empirical study, and it is required information. It is collected by the primary source. The primary data has been collected, and interview method has been in the market premises, and accordingly compiled the data has been analyzed by the employing an analytical method by using this database methodology. As far as the study area is concerned, Hungun Taluka is the main study area of our micro level. It is having a 1,364 square kilometers with a population of, the study region is extending between 16°40' to 16°36' north latitude and 76°60' to 76°32' east longitudes. And it has also 159 settlements and 15 gram panchayats, 4 urban centers, and 21 periodic markets with 2 bi-weekly have been functioning in the study area. So the main analysis of our study is, so the rural weekly markets are an assemble of local traders. The functionary process of the markets have been observed and paid much attention to the impacts on the markets on the environment. Hence, the impact of rural markets have been the main consideration for the environmental point of view has been taken into consideration. Based on that, the table has been prepared, the analysis has been made. So in the as if the table will deficit that it having 21 markets have been functioning with the population and different market days and having a marketing hours with the participant settlements and number of shops has been functioning in the study area. So as far as the table 1 is concerned, it is observed that the study area has only 21 periodic markets functioning with the 2 bi-weekly markets held in a week. So the daily market in Taluka headquarters is also performing the market in unfar with all the market centers. So exactly this table reveals the fact that the highest market participants to the market centers are especially in Hungunda Taluk we are observing, and Gudur Taluk we are observing 14 settlements of each market settlements. So the second highest market centers is Amingarh with 12 participant settlements, and Ilkal and Kamatki markets are having 11 market settlements are participating in the week. So Karadi has the highest 8 participating settlements. 4 markets we are observing in the 5 settlements, and 5 centers having 4 market settlements. So the 2 markets of each 3 participating settlements and 2 markets have a participating settlements along with least markets, that is only one we are observing in the Kudihala, that's come under the Hungunda Taluk. This is the locational characteristics. The locational markets have been identified on the map. This map will show all the 21 markets, periodic markets. So based on this table, we have observed the garbage in the markets of Hungun Taluk of Bagalkote district compiled from the field survey for all the attending all the 21 periodic markets. As far as the field survey is concerned, the total garbage has been produced by the 21 periodic markets held in a week for the tune of 7,301 kgs. And out of this, 6,865 and 405 kilograms from the garbage is producing from the vegetable and the non-vegetables from above the table. So based on this garbage, the table number 3 is showing that it is clearly shows that below we have categorized this vegetables and non-vegetable garbage production into 3 categories. That is accordingly grouped into 5 categories. That is 21 markets. The first category has been producing 801 kilogram garbage has been produced in the market week. In the second production, we have the garbage of 3 market settlements which have been ranging from 600 to 800. Then we have a third category we have categorized on based on this table. That is 4 market settlements have been identified with the 400 to 600 which have been produced 2,105 kilogram garbage. In the fourth category, we have the production of garbage have been produced with the 1,560 kilograms from the 6 markets. So the last category we have a below 7 under this 21 markets we have a 7 markets has been produced which has been producing 760 kilogram garbage. Based on this, we have an observation that based on this field survey, we have an observation that the garbage waste has been observed in all the 121 markets in a Hungun Taluka in a week cycle of the study area, which is an outcome from the marketing activities held on the marketing days. So it is a heartening note that there is no one is least bothered about the garbage. Even the producer sellers, the part-time sellers, full-time sellers, and the sellers have actively participated in the sales and transaction. So even the local governance is also not taking into consideration will be unhygienic market. Village has been forced to register unhealthy environment
Please
in the marketing surroundings. So based on the observation, we have made this type of observation, like there is a lack of infrastructure facilities and sales transaction and unhealthy environment and haphazard arrangement have been vendors and open stalls having without suitable for the sales and transactions. The women participants are very uncomfort in the market, but in spite of all these hurdles, there should be a people having some problems. The garbage waste is observed soon after the end of the market, and it will all the market centers. So the based on this is some pictures have been taken in the form of while we are in the field work. It
Please
will
conclude.
show.
Your time is over.
Yes, sir.
Please conclude. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Based on this observation, we made a suggestions like this. Then the study, if it is, the study has concluded that the periodic markets are a gathering of which unhygienic environment is created in all the market head. Hence, it is need to are that there must be a governance in the local level. Therefore the study has been brought a specific observation and suggestions of all the 21 markets for the effective sales and transaction to manage the garbage to maintain the healthy market environment. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next one.
Thank you, Dr. Dipti, for your illuminating session.
Thank you.
Ma'am, you please stop the screen share. I would like to do a final roll call for Ankita Gupta, if she's present in the seminar. I believe that due to some unforeseen circumstances, she will be unable to present her paper. So we will be moving forward with Ms. Aditi Bose. So her paper is on analyzing tourist accommodating capacity of a beach and its impact on sustainability, a comparative study on Diga and Mondarmani coast of West Bengal. And to present this paper, I would like to invite Ms. Aditi Bose from Jadavpur University, Kolkata, West Bengal, and request her to begin with her presentation. Ma'am, please start.
Okay. Ma'am, I could not be able to share my laptop screen.
Share your screen. You click the share your screen and select the.
You can go to share now. It's there.
You have already shared, Aditi. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can see
You're
your
doing
screen.
now,
Now you
yeah.
can you can open your presentation and you can proceed.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Is it visible?
Yes, visible.
Yes. Okay. Good afternoon.
Full screen. Go full screen.
Yeah, now it's okay.
Go full screen. Okay.
In presentation mode.
Yes.
Slideshow. Yeah. Go to slideshow. Yeah, now it's okay. Proceed.
Okay.
Full screen.
I have only 6 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Good afternoon to all. Good afternoon to all present here. My research topic is analyzing tourist accommodating capacity of a beach and its impact on sustainability. It's a case study on Diga Mandarmani.
You can select to keep it.
Pardon, sir?
Please carry on.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
The study area, my study area is Diga and Mandarmani beach. This beach is bounded by 21°37' north latitude and 87°29' east longitude to.
I think no need to tell all those things. Just tell what you have done.
Okay.
Because you have only 5 minutes.
Okay.
Please.
Total, the first part of my analysis is beach density analysis of Diga in terms of tourist accommodation. The total area of beach area of Diga is 21 lakhs square meter. According to World Tourism Organization, the sustainable beach requirement for every tourist is 10 square meter. So accordingly, the total area of Diga beach can accommodate 2,10,000 tourists per day. Total tourist flow of Diga is 54 lakhs, out of which is 20 in peak season. In peak season, the tourist flow is 50 lakhs, out of which 20 lakhs are halted tourists and 30 lakhs are day trippers. In the off season, the tourist flow is 4 lakhs, out of which 3 lakhs are halted tourists and 1 lakhs are day trippers. So the total tourist in per day in peak season are 13,000, out of which 5,000 persons are halted tourists and 8,000 are day trippers. And in off season, the tourist flow per day is 1,096, out of which 800 are halted tourists and 200 are day trippers. If you consider the tourist flow for the last 4 years, that is 54 lakhs in 2016, 46 lakhs in 2017, 45 lakhs in 2018, and 44 lakhs in 2019. Here we consider the data for 2016 as it is the highest in the last 4 years, that is 54 lakhs. And accordingly, part day tourist flow for the year in 2016 was part day was 14,800. And whereas that the beach capacity of Diga is 2 lakhs, so the tourist footfall is less than the actual capacity of the beach. The second part is beach density analysis of Mandarmuni in terms of tourist accommodation. Just like Diga, the total beach area of Mandarmuni is 40 lakhs square meter, and according to the sustainable requirement of WTO, the Mandarmuni beach can accommodate 4 lakhs tourists per day. But here in Mandarmuni, as Mandarmuni is fairly new addition in the coastal tourism area of West Bengal, especially on the East Midnapur district, the total tourist flow in the per year, it is only 70,000. In peak season, it is 50,000. In off season, it is in off season it is 20,000 only, out of which per day in peak season it is 137 persons, and in off season it is 55%. And like Diga, there is no there are no day trippers. There are only halted tourists in Mandarmuni. If we consider for Mandarmuni last 4 years tourist flow, that is 64,000 in 2016, 68,000 in 2018, 70,000 in 2019, and 2019. Here I considered the 70,000 per year, the data for 2019, and as it is the highest. So accordingly, in the year of 2019, per year tourist flow was 70,000, and per day it was 192. And where the tourist accommodating capacity of Mandarmuni is 4 lakhs, so it is the much less than the actual capacity. Here I have compared the Diga and Mandarmuni beach, their tourist accommodating capacity. In Diga, the halted tourists and day trippers who enjoy the Diga beach, that is only 8% out of the total capacity of beach, and the halted tourists who stayed in the resorts, that is only 9% out of the total capacity of resorts available in Diga. In Mandarmuni, it is 0.5% who access the beach, and 3% are only who stayed in the hotel. Total capacity of the resorts. So though in Diga the tourist density for both beach and resorts is less, in Mandarmuni it is negligible. Though in both peak and off season there is not much tourist flow, but during some occasions like New Year, Republic Day, Independence Day, Christmas Day, Holi, Eid, weekly holidays, there is excessive tourist flow, which leads to scarcity of accommodation in hotels and resorts. The beach is also overpopulated due to tourist flow. This excess tourist in turn demands extra food, water, energy, recreation. This excess tourist also generates much more waste than in normal situation, and also pollutes the environment and beach at the highest level. The excess tourists spend their nights on the beach, or sometimes they manage an overnight shelter in nearby local villages. This adversely affects the coastal ecology, seashore, which leads to a gradual diminution of land. Here comes the question of sustainability over carrying capacity issue. Over carrying capacity issue. Actually, my research was after the research of my research, I found that though both Diga and Mandar tourist accommodating capacity of Diga and Mandarmuni was much less than their actual capacity, but during these particular seasons, it is excess, but not only excess, it is overly populated. And I also want to show something. Actually, as I have just 6 minutes, so I would like to show another thing. I could not be able to include that more slides, otherwise it will take more 4 or 10 4 to 8 slides. I just want to show this one. Yes, is it visible? Is it visible? Okay, this one.
Yes, yes.
Actually, due to this particular in this, is it okay if I show Word file except PPT?
Yes,
Otherwise,
yes.
it will take more 10 or 10 slides. Only this during this particular occasions only, due to this extra tourist flow, this these crises are there, like waste generation, and which is
No, we
discharged
don't have
into the
time.
sea, demand of water, excess demand of water, excess demand for land, excess demand for energy, which is increased power cut, demand for transport, which leads to increase in carbon footprint, demand for recreation, which is leads to exploitation of natural resources, and their land use, and due to this land use and land cover also changes, like destruction of sand dunes, casuarina, beach ridges, or beach. Demand for food also increases, like seafood, like fish, crabs, shrimps, prawn. And aesthetic pollution of beaches are also there, toxicity to marine organisms, though this degradation happens only in those particular occasions, or it is maybe it is in a small quantity, but still it is affect our ecology in a highest in a very severe condition.
Okay, complete. Your time is over.
Okay.
Just
Last 1 minute, please.
No, not 1 minute, just 10 seconds maybe.
Okay. Oh, and then these day trippers also could not be able to get their washroom, or their the conclusion is we need a sustainable tourism plan for this crisis. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. A nice presentation. Next one, please.
Thank you, Ms. Aditi, for your admirable work. Our next presenter is Mr. Molnar Basu from Adamas University, Department of Geography. I request him to present his paper on folk culture under threat, a study on surrounding villages of Bolpur, Shanti Niketan of West Bengal. Ms. Aditi, if you could please stop your screen share.
Okay. Okay. Is it okay?
Ma'am, your screen is still visible. Yes, it's okay now. So let us move forward with Mr. Molnar Basu's presentation, please.
Myself, Molnar Basu, Department of Geography, Adamas University, welcome you all in AUFPG 2022. Today, in front of you, discussing about the folk culture under threat, a study on surroundings villages of Bolpur, Shantiniketan. This is the content list which I covered in this presentation. Indian folk culture is characterized by its simplicity. Since the days of the remote past, the art and culture forms generated by the tribal and rural people of India have continued to evince their creative magnificence. Bengal has traditionally been the adopt of folk culture in India, like other parts of the world, with varied forms of music, dance, drama, and painting. Folk culture represents the rustic inheritance of West Bengal. This is the some form of folk culture. These are folk drama like Monsha Mongol Kabbo, community songs and dances like Baul and Chou. So the main objectives of this study are finding out the major socio-economic constraints faced by folk artists, and second one, studying the impact of COVID on folk artists. This is the methodology which I used in my study area. Basically, I follow primary survey. The slide shows folk culture of Birbhum. The bowls of Birbhum, their philosophy and their songs representation of the folk culture of this district. Birbhum have number of major attractions like Bokreshwar, Tarapit, Kenduli, Mela, etc. This is the location map of the study area, Bolpur, under Birbhum district in the state of West Bengal of India. In this line graph shows total COVID cases of 31st December 2020 and 2021 of West Bengal. Right side of this picture shows COVID cases on 31st December 2020 and left side of picture shows COVID cases on 31st December 2021. The line graph shows total COVID cases, total COVID discharge, and total active cases from 14th May 2020 to 14th January 2022 of Birbhum district. These four line graphs showing total COVID cases, active cases, total discharge, and deaths of Birbhum district with trend line. The location map of the surveyed villages. The vital details of the surveyed villages. Goalpara comes from Rupur Gram Panchayat, Kabi Mohanpur comes from Rupur Gram Panchayat, Adityapur comes from Konkalitala Gram Panchayat, Muluk comes from Shian Muluk Gram Panchayat. In my study, I've used 46 number of sample households and 217 number of sample population. This picture shows the folk family distribution and occupational structure of folk artists in my study area. The occupational shifting of the folk artists due to COVID. First shows who are solely folk artists, they are shifted their jobs into domestic health. Second one, agro labor, who is also folk artist. The third one, agricultural and landowner, who are also a folk artist. The fifth one, other craft and folk artist. This is the before COVID and December 2021. After COVID, the shifting of job or occupation. The permanent shifting of folk artist, which is 19% of people left the folk culture and 81% of people returned the folk culture. This is the change in outreach. We see 176 people going outreach before COVID, but now it is only 15. This is the profile of the jobless families. I show 5 families who are fully jobless in the survey time or COVID situation. This is the outcome of my study. First, occupational shifting due to COVID. Second one, a new sector created which is jobless people. And third one, dropout 12 students after COVID situation. This is my questionnaire which I've used in my study. This is the references. Then this is acknowledgement. And thank you, Dr. Supratim Kormukar, who is guiding me for this work. Also express my guidance, Dr. Kosturi Mukherjee, Head of the Department of Geography, and Maloy Mukhopadhyay, ex-professor, Vishwabharati University. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Nice presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Molnar Basu, for your very insightful session. Moving forward, I would like to now call upon our next presenter, Ms. Aditi Mishra from Ranchi University, Jharkhand, to present a paper on urbanization and environmental challenges. We may begin with Ms. Aditi's presentation, please.
Pardon, ma'am?
Ma'am, please begin with your presentation. Aditi Mishra.
Oh, sorry.
Good morning, everyone. I am Aditi Mishra, a research scholar of Ranchi University, PG Department of Geography. Today I am presenting PPT on urbanization and environmental challenges. Urbanization is a continuous and complex process which involves becoming rural population moving to town and cities, changing from agriculture to other economic pursuit common to urban centers.
You can straight away go to the objective and work, ma. No need to give definition and other things. Yeah.
Growth of this radiation and purple bar is higher than rural population. The unplanned has associated microclimatic changes. Thus, this slide is presenting this pressure on resources. The first image of slide is showing unplanned urbanization and second image is showing water scarcity. This image is common in urban area which show overburden of resources. And this slide is presenting the spatial resource with huge burden. The first image of this slide is showing homelessness and encroachment on public property. And second image is showing huge traffic on road. And very common in Delhi and impacts of urbanization on various impact on the lithosphere and land resources, impact on the hydrosphere and water resources, impact on the biosphere. In this slide, the radiation trap includes cause of wind, unequal tree canopy cover, heat from automobile and transportation system, pollution. Delhi. Roadmap ahead. Urbanization is a necessary evil of 21st century. It can't be stopped but can be controlled and regulated. Sustainable development growth can be one of the benchmark or can act as a guidelines to have urbanization, which is in coherence with environment that can sustain more urban pressure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Aditi Mishra, for your presentation. So thank you, honorable speakers and presenters, for portraying and conveying your notable and enlightening work among our congregation. With this, I proclaim the start of the question and answer segment. Audience members may post their questions in the chat box. I also ask respected Professor R. Jagannathan and respected Dr. Sumit Mukherjee to please monitor the Q&A session. If audience members or participants have any questions, they may post it in the chat box.
If there is no question, we can proceed with the concluding section.
Exactly. Yeah, that would be nice. Yeah.
I believe the speeches and presentations itself were so self-explanatory and comprehensible that the need to question has not arisen. So moving onwards to the end of the entire session, I would like to request respected chairpersons to please felicitate our honorable keynote speaker, with an e-memento and put an end to this enlightening assembly. I would like to respectfully ask you to conclude the session.
See, key memento is already we have presented, so we'll request sir to kindly conclude the session and give your observation to our scholars, so our young scholars can be benefited from this type of conference platform.
Yeah. So thank you, Dr. Nipah. So today we had actually 5 presentations actually, right? One except one presentation. The first one, Professor Madhumita Dobbe gave a really good picture about One Health linking environment and health. And she tried to relate with our geography, how geography is really helpful in doing research about health and other mapping. Then the first presentation by Rizal Mullah, he actually explained and he did a little bit work about the status of air pollution. Caused by automobiles in Kolkata, and we also a little bit explained about the health hazards due to, automobile and other things. So case study was taken, I think, explained within 5 minutes. I think it's enough. The second one, the deep tea. So with Aravind Moulimani, Professor Aravind Moulimani. So she took a particular taluk as a case study for rural markets and environment. She also briefly explained and whatever she did about the market. It's a periodic market. So she tried to explain the importance of rural market and we change the rural environment. And the third one, conservation, I think they have not presented. Then Aditi Bose about the tourism accommodation capacity of a beach, and let's see more on, she shown a lot of pictures and she tried to explain the impact whatever we had along that particular area. And she wanted to give, the tourist and the sustainability. So she wanted to give more on sustainable tourism. I think she gave importance to sustainability. Then the speaker, folk culture and the study on certain villages. So she also explained very nicely about the threat due to COVID and other things. It's different types of papers. She tried to explain the folk culture and the threat. Then finally, we had urbanization and environment challenges by Aditya Mishra. It's a journal paper, and I think this is not a case study. I think I cannot consider this as a paper. Just she tried to give this really mean by this urbanization and retail like a base. Otherwise, I think almost all the researchers they have done really very good work. Within 6 minutes, they present whatever they have done. They have not given enough time, but they presented very nicely. So our session.
I think Professor Jagannath is again facing some technical issues.
I think yes,
yes, sir.
He has actually narrated. He has come.
Yeah. Thank you. Some signal problem I have.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Arun Singh, sir, you want to say something?
Yeah, if you allow me. Though the chairman has spoken. Huh? No.
The chairman,
Please go ahead.
sir, is
No, the chairman has
technical
finished his
problem.
speech. No. So after that, I can't speak if until unless the chairman gives me a permission.
Please, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Professor Jagannathan. Nice to see you on the screen. And also to Dr. Sumit Mukherjee.
Thank you, sir.
My only one question is there that to the speaker who has presented the paper on Balakot district rural markets by Tipti M. Vijayapur. So if Professor Arvind is just now, I saw him.
Yeah, please, sir. I am here. I am here.
So, sir, one question was arising in my mind when I was working on the periodic markets of Karnataka.
Yes, sir.
So you have shifted from periodic market to rural market.
Yes, sir.
And it can be called a periodic market or it can be called as a rural market.
Sir,
that controversy was there at that period of time also. Even at that period of time also, I feel that this controversy still exists. Whether these rural market can be called, Sudhir Banmali has given
Sudhir Banmali. Yeah.
So instead of talking as a rural market, he was more talking about periodic market. Because these markets have a definite periodicity in their location. So, Arvind, sir.
Yeah, exactly, sir. It's the right way which you have been brought me to talk about it. As you said that the rural market is nothing but it is being held in a periodically.
Okay.
Rural markets are held in a periodically. Periodicity is being there in a one cycle of a week.
Every week.
Periodicity is been held once in a week. The frequency of the markets is to be taken into consideration. And accordingly, the periodic markets are held in a rural area, but the rural periodic markets concept is there in the rural area itself. There is no confusion that it is the periodic market is separate and rural markets are separate. If it is come to daily market or urban markets, it is as you know that it comes and holds about the regulations of the respective state government and marketing committee, marketing act and all those things. But periodicity is a matter of rural markets only. Markets are held in a given interval in a rural area. But urban areas also markets are held, but we have not taken those markets are the periodic markets in urban area. There are many market meetings are held daily or periodically in urban areas also, but specifically we used to call it as a rural markets, rural periodic market cities.
Achha, fine. So another term you have used as a rural periodic market.
Exactly, sir. Exactly.
Thank you. So, Professor Jagannath, thank you very much.
Professor Aravind.
Please.
Professor Aravind.
Sir.
Yeah, sir, I wanted to sir, one question to Aravind, sir.
Please.
Sir, periodic market, want to tell every week, like every Friday market or Wednesday market, like that is there, no?
No, sir, periodic market.
It's every Friday or Saturday. You have any interval like that?
Yeah.
No, normally here in Tamil Nadu, we have a periodic market, rural market. So most of the villages, every Friday, they have a market things and every Wednesday like that. Do you have such kind of thing?
No, periodic markets are held in all the weeks in a day in a different locations. Not necessarily it is held on Friday and
okay, so
it is not like that.
Okay.
All periodic markets held according to the religious background. There are the rural markets with religious background.
Okay.
With some modern means of whatever the willing to exchange their requirement goods and services in a given place in a specific time with a given interval on a particular day.
Okay, sir. Okay. Sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
So, Chairman, sir, you can take over from us.
Arun Kumar, sir.
Yes, you can take over from us.
Arun Kumar, sir.
I have finished my observation.
So I think Minister can close this session because the time is. I think we have to start another session, maybe session.
Yes.
Technical session, I think we started 16:10, sir. Yeah. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity.
Professor
Thank you very much.
Jagannathan. Professor Jagannathan?
Yes.
Yeah, where you're sitting because your network is very poor connection.
Actually, what happened, sir? My university network today it's not working. I'm using my mobile.
You are so ahead of technology in South India, and your network is not like that. What is the coordination?
Today something is wrong in the university campus.
Acha.
So I'm using my mobile.
No. Professor Arvind.
Sir.
Once you move out from Chennai to Giddi,
yeah,
all the problems starts there.
That is true. That is true. That is true, sir.
Yes, sir. So that's why I'm just using my mobile.
That's what I asked, that because conversation is not clear.
Yeah. Network is not good, Professor.
Please.
Today.
Yeah. We have to bear with that.
Yeah. That's a disadvantage of this online meeting, no?
It's not effective. What to do?
Yeah.
Chairperson?
Yeah, Kisan, please proceed.
Thank you, ma'am. So, Chairpersons, we have one question from Vivek Raj Singh Chauhan. So, does culture and cropping pattern of any region play any role in non-communicable diseases? If any dignitaries would tell us.
Madam is there. Madam is left, I think.
If you have asked this question to Madhumita ma'am, she has left, and Vivek Raj is also requesting if any dignitaries can address his question, because this question is like it's not directly related to the presentations, but I think he wants to work on that topic. So, sir, anyone if can take this question. Does culture and cropping pattern of any region play any role in non-communicable disease? Jagannathan,
culture. Yeah.
Dr. Sumit Mukherjee can answer.
Yeah, from my experience, I can tell you that yes, this culture plays a lot of role in both communicable and non-communicable diseases. Culture itself, I can give.
But she is asking about the cropping pattern.
Sir, definitely, sir. Sir, definitely cropping pattern will be based on the culture, sir. Based on the culture, because in rural areas, most of the times they cultivate based on the traditional knowledge and traditional culture. They have their own festival and other things. So definitely culture will be the very important factor.
Right, you're right.
But Professor Arvind, now the market is putting a lot of pressure on your cropping pattern, sir.
Yes,
to be frank with you, the practicing agriculture in India is a different. Marketing scenario is different. Consumer attitudes are different. The policies and framing of the rules and regulations are totally different, and there is no proper integration.
And what will happen? What will happen to the society?
Because of that, the academicians like we people are struggling too hard. How best we have to give a contribution to the society through a research. Okay. The basic question is we have to avoid middlemen who have been dominated in the marketing system in Indian scenario. Therefore, the rich farmer will become a rich, poor and marginal farmer became a poor and still marginal, because the entire market machinery has been exploited for the farming community by the big farmers, not any common man, not any people. So therefore, if I look into that point of view, our farmers are suffering farmers are suffering like anything because of the dominated the market machineries. Though they are getting a good yield and everything, but ultimately they can't, because all markets are not access to them. Second is, the rich farmer became agriculture minister, irrigation minister, fertilizer minister, chemical minister, marketing minister, all are ministers. They have been handed in their own way of dealing with things with agriculture equipment units and the pharmaceutical units and fertilizer, pesticides, everything has been controlled by them, which have been dominated to play a role in the regulated markets, market committee, market agency, market in a big transactions of the regulated markets. Therefore, it is not accessible for the rural farmer, marginal and poor farmers. This is a problem which we are facing.
Yes, you're right. But in many ways, it is directly or indirectly, it had impact. The cropping pattern, as you say, which is now clearly we all know is controlled by the market and big farmers and big investors. So cropping pattern, if you go back to the tribal situation or in rural belt where there is not much of development in technology, there also you'll find some relationship between this cropping pattern. Say for example, those who have been producing their own food. Say if you say look at it in terms of food security. If you are really earlier the rural communities, they were independent to the available market for their food. Basic food items were being produced by them, and then the extra portion was going for the market. But as soon as you go for 100% commercialization of your cropping, looking at earning huge money, they gradually forget about their own food. So it is happening in distant areas where the communication is not so good. I can give you example from the far distant places in Himachal Pradesh. I was studying in Spiti, near the Tibetan border. They responded to the big market of apple and other crops.
Network is the issue again.
Yeah, the huge market of this green peas, very high yielding variety of green peas are being cultivated there, which was not at all known to them at 10 years back. So what happened? The whole culture and the economy has been affected by this change in cropping pattern within a very short period. So if you see the condition in Lahore Spiti area, where they get water in the form of snow, there is no monsoon rain, and those are called cold deserts. So it is against the nature. What they're going, they're cropping water intensive crops, and in a way, when they're disconnected for 6 months due to heavy snow, they don't have enough of their food, of their local food, which is essential for that ecosystem. So they're losing their foothold in terms of their food security and self-sufficiency in food. So this is a very, very capitalistic kind of market dominating there in those very distant areas. So that much I can say. I have lots of data on that also, Lahore Spiti area. Those are unique places, and people are now at present, after say about 2 decades of this kind of commercial production of crops and selling it out 100%, now they are making a committee. All the most of the Gompas, they are actually very strong in the administration. They have their strong part in the administration, and people's voice they can raise. So they are organizing. They are actually forming one community group to return those old crops which they have left. So this is the reversal of the cropping pattern being gradually seen in there. Okay, the time is almost over, I think, for this session. Thank you very much for all participants, and Professor Jagannath, Dr. Singh, and all seniors, and our organizers, Anu and Kishan. Thank you very much. Let us conclude here.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for your big elaborative answer of this question. I think Vivek, you can further contact with the sir, and you can discuss with him.
Yes,
right?
yes. If somebody wants to work on it. Please contact.
Yeah, yes, sir. And like sir's email ID or every dignitary's email ID is given in our abstract volume. And I think every participant have already received our abstract volume. So you can check there and you can directly contact. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, chairpersons. Now, with your kind permission, I would like to end this session 2 and we will move forward for our session 3, sir.
Okay. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Now we are moving to our next technical session, that is COVID and challenges to health governance, policy making and implementation. To chair this session, I would request Dr. Rajiv Sarkar, who is assistant professor at the Department of Geography at Advance University, and his research interest is basically dependent on remote sensing, GIS, and multi-criteria decision-making processes. I request Dr. Rajiv Sarkar to kindly chair the session. We have Dr. Suman Chatterjee to chair this session, but unfortunately in the morning only we came to know that his father got some emergency and he had to rush to the hospital. So in absence of Dr. Suman Chatterjee, may I request Dr. Arun Kumar Singh sir to kindly chair this session?
No. I don't
So
have
sir,
any
kindly-
knowledge of medical science. You can chair it.
No, sir. Sir, I think now I can see Dr. Professor R. Jagannathan sir's email problem, like his internet problem has been resolved. So, sir, kindly I can request you to please extend your chairmanship.
Yes, that will be nice.
Waiting for Professor Jagannathan's consent. Sir, now we will get opportunity to listen to you more properly. Okay.
Call him.
Sir,
Call him. Call him on your mobile.
Sir, can you please call him, sir, please?
Sir, shall I call him?
Please,
Yes,
sir,
you
please,
can call him. Call.
Meanwhile, I would take an opportunity to introduce our speaker, our keynote speaker for the session. We are delighted to have here Dr. Rakesh Roy. Dr. Rakesh Roy is practicing as a consultant medical oncology and in charge Department of Pain and Palliative Care at SGCC RI like Saroj Gupta Cancer Research Institute, Thakurpukur, Kolkata. After working there for 3 years, he was instrumental in setting up the Department of Medical Oncology. He subsequently obtained UICC Fellowship in Medical Oncology from Tata Memorial Hospital, Mumbai in 2007 and secured European certification in Medical Oncology ECMO in the year 2009 after the passing exam at Berlin. And he has also received a Commonwealth Scholarship to complete Diploma in Palliative Medicine from University of Cardiff in 2012. He was selected by IACA, Indo-American Cancer Association for Palliative Care Training at Trivandrum. Additionally, Dr. Roy has been selected as a primary physician for GAPRA project to deliver pain relief among patients in this institute. Here, I would invite Dr. Rakesh Roy to kindly deliver his lecture on COVID challenges to healthcare. We'll take just a moment to confirm, sir, can we have your Professor R. Jagannathan?
Yeah, his phone is also not getting connected.
Yeah, Professor Arvind is here. Professor Arvind is there. You can ask him.
Twice. Sir, I have my paper to present in this session only.
Okay, then no problem. At that period of time, you will go.
Sir, tomorrow I have one more session, chairman. Tomorrow session is also there as a chairman, sir.
Okay, fine. No problem.
Otherwise, I would have been accepted.
So we have Professor Malik Akram Hussain also here.
So
no, if you don't mind, I will accept. Sir, if you don't mind, if tomorrow also I can share the session, there is no problem. If it is inevitable for the session, I don't mind to accept it.
Okay. Is inevitable, please agree to it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. So now I would request Dr. Rakesh Roy to kindly share your session with us, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Anu. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yeah, but there's a sad news. Today in the morning, I discovered that my webcam is not working and I didn't get time to fix it. So you'll be able to hear me, but you will not be able to see me. Can you ask someone to unshare the slide so that I can share my slide deck? You let me know if it is visible.
Yes, yes, visible.
Okay. Thank you, organizers. Thank you, Dr. Anu. Thank you, Dr. Singh, for giving me this wonderful platform to share my experiences in handling COVID in the last couple of years. A very good afternoon and warm welcome to all the participants as well as fellow faculty members. I do understand that this is a different kind of audience and my talk will be slightly different. But nevertheless, health is one of the most talked about subjects, especially in the last couple of years during the pandemic. And I think you probably would get a lot of information from this talk. So COVID and challenges to healthcare, that's my topic. So first we'll try to understand the Indian healthcare system, the infrastructure, how it operates, what are the levels of service and how this health is delivered, healthcare is delivered to the different strata of the population. So the percentage of GDP spent on healthcare in India is less than 2%. Healthcare in India is spread across government hospitals, medical colleges or university hospitals, which are involved in teaching, corporate hospitals, hospitals manned by armed forces, and charitable institutions. There are small private nursing homes also operating and providing healthcare, but the numbers are, though it's high, but they are not very comprehensive. Presently, the healthcare has become one of India's largest sectors, not only in terms of revenue, but also in terms of employment. The Indian healthcare delivery system is primarily divided into two major components, the public and the private. The government, that is the public healthcare system, comprises of limited secondary and tertiary care institutions in key cities and focuses on providing basic healthcare facilities in the form of primary healthcare centers, which are located in the rural areas. So primarily the government would be providing healthcare facility to the people of rural areas to public healthcare centers, which are called PHCs. The private sector provides majority of the secondary, tertiary, and quaternary care with a major concentration in the metros, tier 1 and tier 2 cities. India's competitive advantage lies in its large pool of well-trained medical professionals. We are proud to be Indians because some of the most qualified people in medical department is actually from India, and many of them are ruling some of the other countries. India is also cost competitive compared to its peers in the Asian and the Western countries. The cost of surgery in India is approximately 1/10 of that in the US or Western Europe. And especially if you're planning for a planned surgery in US or Western Europe, you normally get a lot of late dates. Whereas in India, you will get the dates within 7 to 10 days because there are a lot of qualified people actually waiting to serve you. Now, trying to dissect the information from the private and public sector, majority of the healthcare is provided by the private sector, where individuals mostly pay from their pocket. The insurance coverage involves a handful of the population. Public healthcare is free or subsidized for those who are below the poverty line. Now, the Indian public health sector encompasses 18% of the total outpatient care and 44% of the total inpatient care. The middle and the upper class individuals living in India, especially in the metros and cities, tend to use public healthcare less than those with a lower standard of living. So majority of the people from affluent background would like to avail private healthcare. Let us try to find out the various segments or stakeholders of Indian healthcare. Hospitals are primarily the institutions which provide care. There is something else called pharmaceuticals. Pharmaceuticals does not actually mean packaged drug boxes available across the counter in the pharmacy. It includes a supply chain. It includes manufacturing, extraction, processing, purification, packaging of chemical materials for use as medications for humans or animals. Then you have a diagnostic wing. You have a medical equipments and supply section. You have medical insurance section. And one particular thing which has really flourished and blossomed in the last couple of years is telemedicine, information technology combining with health information in order to provide good healthcare. So the Indian healthcare delivery, which includes hospitals, nursing homes, diagnostic centers, and pharmaceuticals, constitute 65% of the overall market. Now let's discuss opportunities of healthcare in India. India is a growing economy with a GDP growth rate of 8 to 10%, and there is certain clinical statistics which states, and these informations are arranged in a random fashion. There are about 3 million cancer cases in India, not to mention those cases which are still not diagnosed and people are waiting for an opportunity to get diagnosed. India is considered the diabetic capital of the world. 34 million people are actually suffering from diabetes. There's a good number of patients who suffer from asthma. 150 million suffer from hypertension. 8 to 10 million suffer from HIV cases, and there are a few other million cases for epilepsy and schizophrenia. So it is evident from the statistics that there is a growing demand of healthcare sector in emerging India. But there has been a shift in paradigm in the healthcare segment in India in the last 4 or 5 years. And this shift in paradigm is shift from communicable to lifestyle diseases. At one point of time, infection was predominant, but with the rampant use of antibiotics, better diagnostic facilities and tests, we are now being able to pick up infection early and we are able to treat them. So now the most important emerging disease sector would be the lifestyle diseases, and this is attributed to sedentary habits, high cholesterol, high blood pressure, obesity, poor diet, lack of exercise, and of course, alcohol. Now, there has been expansion to tier 2 and tier 3 cities, and that is why a lot of specialized healthcare facilities have come up in these places. There is emergence of telemedicine, which I mentioned a while back. Artificial intelligence, something which is new to all of us, is now getting into medical system and is trying to provide very quality healthcare, which is absolutely foolproof. There is an increasing penetration of health insurance, which has been noticed now in the healthcare sector, and there are various technological initiatives. So there is a distinct shift in paradigm, a distinct shift in trend in the healthcare system of India. What it was 15, 20 years back is not the same now. Let's try to find out the various growth drivers of the Indian industry. There's a growing demand, rising incomes and affordability, growing elderly population, changing disease patterns, and rise in medical tourism, better awareness of wellness. So there is a growth driver in this healthcare industry, and growing demand is one of them. Policy support. A lot of policies are now being given by the government, central government, state governments, which are actually backing up certain initiatives in the sector of healthcare. Focus. Expanding the research and development and distribution facilities in India, use of modern technology, providing support to global projects from India has been the trend of late. And merger and acquisition sometimes can be detrimental, but majority of this merging and acquisition has been quite fruitful in India in terms of health. So the key demand drivers are rising income and growing elderly population, medical tourism, which is a new growth factor for India's healthcare sector, policy support, and government initiative. If you move on to the policy support, there are multiple policies which have been rolled out in the central level and the state level, and each of them has a specific regulatory approval. So there are certain policies like Pradhan Mantri Gyan Arogya Yojana, tax incentives, National Nutrition Mission, incentives in medical travel history, bilateral ties, single window system, Pradhan Mantri Surakshit Matritya Abhiyan, Pradhan Mantri Shastra Suraksha Yojana, and so on and so forth. Two important ones which we need to mention would be Ayushman Bharat, and the one which is very rampantly being used nowadays in the state of West Bengal is Shastro Shati. In fact, a lot of people are now beneficiaries of Shastro Shati. Of course, in Shastro Shati policy and scheme, there are certain specifications which are mentioned, and you need to know what are the specifications, otherwise you will not be able to avail them. Of course, there is a capping and there is a technique of paying the hospitals under the
Rakesh Rakesh.
Yeah. So there is a technique of actually paying the hospitals under the Shastro Shati scheme, and the hospitals need to know the various parameters on the basis of which the payment is made so that they do not face any kind of dearth of payment. Now, moving on to the hospital infrastructure, there are different kinds of hospitals which actually operate in India. One will be the general hospitals, which provide general basic medical care. There will be specialty hospitals, One would be the multi-speciality hospitals where multiple disciplines are diagnosed and practiced, and there will be some super specialty hospitals when a particular hospital will excel in a particular discipline and will become one of the state-of-art facilities in that part of the state. So these are how the various hospitals operate in India. So by and large, there are general hospitals and there are multi-speciality or super specialty hospitals. Now let's try to find out what are the unique features of these hospitals. You need to know this, then only you will understand the challenges we faced during COVID. These multi-speciality hospitals cater to a wide range of diseases, 24-hour trauma management support, have excelled in intensive care and intensive therapy units, 24-hour emergency facility, equipped to tackle disasters and medical crises, 24-hour in-house pharmacy service, including narcotic drugs for pain management, expanded diagnostic facilities, transplant units, palliative care units, radiation units, separate ward for infectious diseases, so on and so forth. So there are multiple facilities provided by these hospitals. If you walk into the premise of a multidisciplinary hospital, this is the layout. So you have an inquiry reception, you have a registration area and kiosk, section for overseas patients, cash counter, waiting area, outpatient block, admission block, special block, emergency lab, OT complex, so on and so forth. And there are very important buildings also in departments, which are the administrative office, the finance office, the pharmacy and central store, record section and statistics, canteen, hostel, operator and communications, and visa section. So the reason I'm mentioning this, all single parameter or every single department was actually affected during COVID. So when you are managing patients admitted in a hospital during COVID, you will have to think about every single department. It's just not that the medical team, which is mainly concerned, every single department works well in coordinated and tandem fashion in order to provide proper healthcare. Moving on to crisis management. Crisis management is the process by which an organization deals with a disruptive and unexpected event that threatens to harm the organization or its stakeholders. The difference between a disaster and crisis is crisis happens over time, whereas disaster is sudden. Therefore, if there is a disaster like COVID-19 pandemic, you are not prepared to handle this, whereas in case of crisis, you still have some time. Now, Indian hospitals have already been versed with disaster management because we have been hit by several natural disasters and we have tackled those situations, but this time we were taken aback by the COVID-19 pandemic because we never expected something to the magnitude or quantum of COVID-19. However, the hospitals and healthcare industry in India is facing with following problems when a pandemic wave arrives: manpower, accessibility of healthcare, diagnostic facilities, population load, economic crisis, communication, place of care, lack of restriction and mobility, lack of structured policies and administrative shortfalls. So this is the pictorial representation of disaster management cycle. So you start from 12 o'clock position, pre-impact, that's when the preparation is there. So a hospital or a healthcare facility is prepared to handle the impact. Then happens the event. There is the event. When the event occurs, since you were prepared, you'll have to come up with a response. After the response, which takes part of the initial brunt of the attack, there is a recovery phase. From the recovery phase, there is a mitigation phase. And finally, you come back to the preparatory phase. So this is a cycle. So this is a disaster management cycle. And this is the phase of pre-impact. The second segment will be emergency, followed by restoration, reconstruction, and capacity building. When you do the capacity building, you are basically creating an infrastructure so that you are prepared for the next event which is going to come up. Now, was India actually prepared for tackling this pandemic? So let's try to find out Indian healthcare preparedness for a COVID-19 pandemic. In 2019 Global Health Security Index, which measures pandemic preparedness for countries based on their ability to handle the crisis, India was ranked 57, lower than US, which was number 1, naturally. UK was number 2, but most importantly, Brazil 22 and Italy 31. So the countries that are mentioned like US, UK, Brazil, and Italy were some of the countries which recorded the highest incidence of COVID and also some of the highest incidence of deaths during COVID-19 pandemic. So if you compare India, which probably excelled in the number of cases during this pandemic, India's position was number 57 in tackling a crisis as per the Global Health Security Index. India's low investment in the health sector, which is to the tune of 1.3% of its GDP, which keeps on changing, this is an old data, was much lower than that of Brazil, and it was lower than that of Bhutan and to an extent Bangladesh. Among developed nations, South Korea has kept its healthcare expenditure at a whopping 8.1%. And of course, Japan and the US have really kept their GDP very high in terms of investment in healthcare. The WHO mandates that the doctor to population ratio should be 1:1,000, while India had 1:1,400 ratio as of February 2020. All this information came up because we never expected this pandemic to hit us. And I think it was March 2020 when the lockdown started. This picture depicts the probable sequence of events that happens in cases of COVID infection on the basis of phylogenetic and epidemiological findings. The emergence of COVID-19 may be attributed to factors such as global travel, wildlife trade, habitat fragmentation, and urbanization. Now, why was India hit by this pandemic so badly? First, unpredictability and lethality of the virus. The origin of the virus is not clear. Transmission from one human host to another is in the form of aerosols, and especially asymptomatic people can transfer the disease. The changing character of the virus, especially its proneness for continuous mutations. The virus is by and large stable and can withstand trivial changes in the climate, and it becomes very lethal if the human host have multiple comorbidities or lack immunity. Now, the capacity to suddenly drop the saturation, especially by hitting the lungs, is something which we were not prepared with. And as you know, that if you cannot breathe, you don't live. And that is exactly why this particular pandemic actually took up a huge and disproportionate image in terms of lethality. There are widespread clinical manifestations. It's just not the lung which is hit by COVID. Multiple systems are affected, and especially if you're a COVID survivor, you are still probably living with certain complications that happened during the time of COVID. Good number of patients, as I said, were asymptomatic, and that is probably the leading factor which led to spread of the disease in India. There is no effective antidote, and the vaccine took a long time to hit the market, especially after well-designed clinical trials. Isolation of affected individuals and quarantine of close contacts were something, though recommended, but difficult to implement, and difficult in diagnosing the infection due to absence of standard technique and standard diagnostic kits in the laboratory and hospitals was another big issue. Now, moving on to some of the general challenges that was experienced by the hospitals. We know India is a big country, a different kind of topography in different places, a huge number of people residing in rural India, and there is a population outburst, but then there isn't uniform healthcare distributed in the nooks and corners of the country. Secondly, there was a huge lack of awareness and education. There was a lack of sanitization, suppression of symptoms, and taking self-medications at home was very, very rampant. There was avoidance of testing. Many people never tested just because they thought that they will come out as positive disease. Fear, psychosis, and panic in the community, socio-cultural, political implications, disruption of supply chain, specialty for hospitals for drugs as well as kits. Correct forecasting of demand for critical drugs and maximizing provider facilities became a big challenge. Now, apart from this, there weren't too many hospitals who could cater to the rising incidence of COVID patients. There was a lack of properly formulated national policy to tackle a pandemic, lack of medical personnel and trained staff for handling this virus, lack of COVID dedicated hospitals and beds, lack of proper guidelines and diagnostic aids, and so on and so forth. Importantly, we never expected that a hospital should harbor or keep about 15 to 20 ventilators, but that became very, very imperative because about 30 to 40% of the patients who had lung disease and were admitted in the ITU required a ventilator to actually just tackle that particular situation. And once that was over, the patient could come out of it and then was weaned from the ventilator and gradually rehabilitated. So there was a huge lack of ventilators because I remember whenever I used to walk into the ICU of any hospital or any nursing home or any major corporate segment, I used to see 5 or 6 ventilators, but never 15 to 20. And the ventilator became one of the most important devices in high demand during that time. Telemedicine and teleconsultation emerged as one of the chief ways of discussing and giving management protocols for patients, but there wasn't any specific guideline as to what should be the form of telemedicine consultation. How can you prescribe a drug over the phone? If something happens to the patient, who is going to be blamed? There were no proper legal backups for the doctors prescribing e-medicine. So therefore, everything went for a toss. That is why a special training was given to the doctors under the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and whoever cleared that exam got a special certificate to practice telemedicine. This is an important paper which was done in one of the oncology centers, I think from Northeast, and they looked at the various healthcare delivery issues highlighted by cancer patients in a survey. So a survey was made amongst the cancer patients as to what could be the most important healthcare delivery issue, and they said that unavailability of a peer group support service and psychological counseling session was one of the biggest healthcare delivery issues for cancer patients. And apart from that, there were a host of other factors, but none pointed out that lack of getting a chemo or radiotherapy was the most important issue. Coming to the challenges faced by the medical personnel, they faced quarantine, isolation, admission and treatment, prolonged convalescence, and psychological issues. 50% of the staff was operating, and because there was a heavy attrition and many were down with COVID, therefore what happened was many of them worked for 7 days at a stretch, and it was getting very difficult, and there was a huge burnout. Now, there were multiple challenges in testing. The most important thing, nobody knew which was the best sample for testing and whether the kits were approved by ICMR. So it took a long time to get the ICMR approved kits. And then we realized that RT-PCR was the best way to diagnose, and especially a nasopharyngeal swab, and the people were trained that way. There were challenges faced by the ICU personnel in terms of staffing, triaging, infrastructure, capacity, and prevention. Regarding emergency, the biggest challenge was to segregate pool patients from emergency patients. I'm talking about the challenges faced by the surgical team. I have just covered a few medical disciplines in order to narrate the problems we faced. So what happened with the surgical patients? It was very difficult to distinguish between pool patients from an emergency patient. In initial phases of the pandemic, the lead time to get a COVID report was more than 24 hours. So in cases of emergency, the surgeon had to wait for almost 48 hours to decide whether he could operate or not. Once the surgery was over, it was impossible to certify the fact that the patient will be discharged after 7 days without contracting the virus. Now, what were the challenges faced by cancer patients? Cancer is a very special clinical scenario. On one end, you have COVID. The other end of the spectrum, there is cancer. You do not know which disease is going to consume me faster. So the biggest challenge was faced by the lung cancer patients, because if they have a lung mass due to cancer with a bit of pneumonia, a COVID pneumonia was always going to be difficult to be picked up. Prioritization became very important. It was very necessary to understand who are the patients who should get benefit. So guidelines and protocols were laid out by the International National Oncology Group to guide us, or the oncologists, as to who should be prioritized and who should get the treatment first. Remember, chemotherapy, radiotherapy are given on a consistent basis. Chemotherapy is periodic, radiotherapy is given on a daily basis. So if you start a patient on chemo or radiotherapy, you just cannot stop after one dose. That was biggest challenge. Compliance to treatment was one of the biggest challenge for cancer patients. There were challenges faced by blood banking services, because India primarily depends on voluntary blood donation camps. There was no one to actually donate blood because they feared that while donating blood, they can contract the virus. There was a huge dearth of educational and academic support during this time. Remember, if you are a medical person, you need to have hands-on experience by working in the wards. And if you're planning to become a surgeon, you need to operate yourself. Otherwise, your training will be incomplete. So these people had faced a lot of setbacks, and they had to wait for a long time before they got an opportunity to work in a proper, dedicated, disciplined ward. Now, talking about the hospital management system, this is an umbrella under which all these departments practice. Now, there was a huge challenge faced by the hospital administration. Staff management was a huge problem. Payment was a huge problem. Attrition was a huge problem. They didn't know which beds to dedicate for COVID and how many beds to dedicate for other hospitals. Maintaining the pharmacy was difficult. Maintaining the financial section was difficult. Everything was very difficult, and they really faced a lot of challenge. You talk about the hospital pharmacy, especially a cancer pharmacy, keeping expensive cancer drugs, but there are no takers. There's not a single patient to take the cancer drug because they are not coming to the hospital or not being treated. Now you need to stock more and more immunizing agents. You need to stock more and more vitamins. You need to stock antibiotics like dogs. You need to keep anti-protozoals, which were rampantly used during this time. Whatever suggestions and guidelines were given for management of COVID, those were kept in the pharmacy, and some expensive molecules actually just stayed back into the rack, and they were never mobilized. And therefore, a huge amount of investment was stuck in those expensive drugs, which are necessary for certain patients and life-saving, but there were no takers. One important shift in paradigm was 50% of the pharmacy used to be stocked with sanitizers, facials, and PPE kits. And that was the requirement, which was a very essential requirement for the community. So what happened was 50% of the pharmacy was taken up by these plastics and these disposals, which was very necessary for self-protection. Coming to the dietary and nutritional services, just imagine you cannot actually operate in a hospital without a proper nutritional or a dietary kitchen service. Meal scheduling, meal cancellations, diet cancellations, late admission report, therapeutic or special diet, collection of kitchen raw materials, ensuring staff availability in shifts, ensuring round-the-clock cook and attendant availability, professional service of a nutritionist, all were very, very necessary. The biggest challenge was to deliver the right menu to the right patient. Imagine on a single day in 3 different shifts, 3 people occupied the same bed. The first one passed away, second one was COVID positive, had to be transferred. That bed was sanitized and came another person at night through emergency. So it's very difficult for the kitchen services to fix a menu for a particular bed because the bed's occupant is constantly changing. The types of normal hospital waste are infectious waste, pathological waste, sharps, pharmaceutical waste, genotoxic waste, chemical waste, and radioactive substances. The dynamics of waste management changed during COVID-19 pandemic. There was excess use of PPE, sanitizers, face masks, face shields, which had to be collected in form of plastic waste and disposed of. The other important aspect was to clear all the kinds of biomedical waste from COVID-specific wards, and that created a huge uproar, especially to the community when they were being transferred. If we talk about the hospital mortuary, that is one of the most sad sights. COVID pandemic created a very unique, horrifying situation. After the demise of an individual, family members claim the body, and as per the social custom and religion, cremate and burn the corpse. That's the norm. During the pandemic, in fear of contracting the disease, there was a refusal for body claim and apathy which developed, which could not be avoided. Just imagine a person has a right to actually have a dignified death. A person has a right to be disposed of in a very dignified manner after the person expires or passes away. That was not happening during the time of COVID. And we cannot blame those people working in the mortuary because they were actually exposed to a tremendous risk. The human resources actually faced a lot of problems because since there were a lot of dropouts, attritions, and lack of or maybe absence of staff because they were infected with COVID, they did not know how to handle the situation using very few number of workers and trained people during that situation, but they did a fantastic job eventually. So I'll just skip this slide. There are certain other departments like the Department of Marketing, Public Relations, Maintenance, and Transport, which are also playing a very essential part in a hospital management. And services under maintenance would be these. So I'll come to the last part of my talk. What were the changes in the healthcare policies and strategies and the adoption by the hospitals to tackle COVID outbreak and improve patient care? I'll just take 5 to 6 minutes. So if you see, when it comes to terms of management and adoption of policies, On the right-hand side, the smaller oblate circle, departments directly involved in the management of COVID patients was the infectious disease department, the virology department, medical intensive care unit, emergency department, and infection prevention and control department. Apart from that, there were certain other departments which were acting as very good supportive departments and trying to support these existing departments in handling COVID. This was radiological department, biological department, other clinical departments, crisis response team, hospital management, human resources, security, biohazard waste management. And then at the regional national level, there were people handling policies without which probably these setups couldn't have functioned. So state and national policies and guidelines were laid so that there is a uniform practice across the country. Certain universal steps were taken, for instance, implement infection prevention and control measures, prepare for any emergencies, train hospital staff, and then certain general measures were taken in the hospital. For instance, every time a patient walked into the premise, the patient had to undergo screening, examination, social distancing. There were presence of signages, distribution of leaflets and flyers, and circles indicating the place where the individuals should stand to ensure social distancing. So these are some of the photographs depicting the practice. Triaging became essential. Triaging means the assignment of degrees of urgency to a particular illness to decide the order of treatment. So if you have a boy who has come with severe shortness of breath, who doesn't have comorbidities, has COVID, and probably would live if you give him full support. On the other hand, you have a 90-year-old gentleman who deserves all the attention that is needed because he's a human being and he has every right to claim that. And he has multiple comorbidities. He has a kidney failure and he's unlikely going to recover from that situation. And if there is one single bed in the ICU left, you don't know whom to offer the bed. So the triaging was the modality which indicated the child should get priority and the person gets accommodated in another bed. And the moment there is an emptiness in the ICU, there is any vacancy, that person will be siphoned to the ICU. So triaging actually starts from the call of an ambulance, because it's the ambulance people who actually sends the vital parameters to the emergency team, and the basis of that they know what is the patient that is coming and they take a decision before that. The admission policy was revamped. That was very essential, because if you have a negative report of COVID, you get directly admitted into a negative ward. If you have a positive report, or if you do not have a report, then you will have to wait in one particular ward for one night. And once the reports come negative, you are pushed back to the you are shifted back to the department which is COVID negative. This is the PPE kit every healthcare professional had to work, and believe me, working with that was not easy, but you had to put that on in order to save yourself and perform. The ICU adopted multiple strategies. 20 to 30% of the beds were increased in numbers in the ICU, mainly to cater to this COVID crisis, the emergency patients who had lung failure, and a lot of personnel were actually siphoned to the ICU in order to take care of the growing demand of the ICU. So there were less number of people and personnel working in the general wards, more in the ICU. The hospital committee came up with certain specific committees which were headed by some specific people with some specific responsibilities. And by dividing the hospital committee into multiple committees, a much better management was implemented during the time of COVID. So the management committee took a lot of initiatives. They knew and they understood that the people who were working hard day in and out need to be applauded and rewarded. So a lot of strategies were adopted to improve their personal well-being, to see that there is no burnout, to provide them adequate security, to provide them adequate safety measures so that they do not have any problems or they do not contract the disease during the time of work. So a huge amount of back was given by the managing committee as well as the administrative section. And the hospital I work in, we never had a dearth or an absence of supply of sanitizers. There was abundant sanitizers, face masks, face shields, and PPE kits there for us. And the director himself advised us that you should not repeat this PPE kit when you're seeing the second patient. The labs actually adopted a lot of difference in their practice. So there were practice changing steps taken by the labs. One important thing, the labs not only started doing tests for the hospital patients, they also started to reach out to the community people and started doing tests at the community level by visiting their homes, which made it easy for elderly people to be diagnosed. Now, moving into the pharmacy, this is one of the most important places, and this is one of the most important revenue generation units. So there was a shift in trend, or there was a change in practice. The pharmacy started distributing or dividing their inventory on the basis of demand, and they started keeping the cheaper options so that more and more patients can buy those medicines. Those medicines which had a faster sell and the rollout were kept in numbers. They were not stocking the pharmacy racks with expensive drugs which were not taken by any patient in the last 2-3 months, but on a need basis, if somebody needs it, they were getting it from the stockist or from the wholesaler. In spite of all these measures, you still have to maintain quality care, because if you do not give quality care, you will do injustice to the patient. And all these hospitals are now very ardently and religiously and ceremoniously following quality measures, because every individual demands the quality of care. So the quality control committee was revamped, and after every 7 days they started revising their policy so that they could offer the best to the patient on the basis of the national and international protocols. There were steps adopted by the IT and communications department, and one of the most important step was the connecting the individual hospital buildings with local area network, introducing PACS, picture archiving and communication system. A CT scan is done, the photograph is loaded into the system. You are sitting in a remote building right at the back of the premise. From that central system, you can see the photograph of the patient whose CT scan was taken, and you can design as to what you are going to do with that patient. There was computerized physician order entry, and there was clinical decision support system, all computerized, trying to help the clinician in taking a call quickly. And we also saw flourishing of telemedicine. And this is something which I have already covered. And the hospitals came up with schemes and insurance policies so that those patients who are spending a lot of money on COVID management do not become absolutely penniless. So there were special schemes, and the government had actually done, or rather applied, a form of capping in order to reduce the cost of patients so that the cost doesn't go to an extraordinary level. So if you come to academics and education, gradually we started classes. Virtual platform was the main modality. Surgeries were shown in a virtual platform. A lot of videos were supplied. There were applications showing quality surgery work, and the person doing it actually demonstrating every step as to what he's doing. So these things improved, and later, once the COVID surge came down, the students started visiting the wards to witness the surgeries and OT theaters. Talking about the essential and ancillary services, diet, kitchen, waste management, security services, transport, mortuary, public relations, marketing, and sales promotion, there was an improvement made in every single department, and every single department worked very well in order to provide good quality healthcare. These are some of the different boxes that were actually deputed for specific waste, so that there is no intermingling of waste, because remember, there's a separate set of waste, especially the biodegradable waste for the COVID patients. So the moment you mug up, it is going to be a disaster. So a lot of emphasis was paid on disposal of the waste, and waste management was a very integral part of hospital services during this point of time. So with this, I think I'll end my talk. This was an exhaustive talk, and I actually spoke from my heart because I have witnessed this. I've seen these modifications, and I have been a part of the healthcare system. I'm proud to be an Indian because I think the Indian healthcare system did a fantastic job. We got an excellent support from the policymakers, both central and state government. There was tremendous merging of private and public sector in terms of healthcare, so that we could deliver quality care to the community. And sometimes I think ignorance is a bliss. Thank you for a patient hearing.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for your a wonderful session. I think we are most of the audience are here from the geography background, but your presentation was so easy for the common layman. It's not like we don't understand. It is for us. It is for the common man actually. So thank you very much for your lucid and such a nice presentation. Now
Thank
I
you,
would
Dr. Anu.
request. My pleasure, sir. Now I would request our chairperson to kindly moderate the Q&A session. Over to you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. Hello.
So we have some questions in chat box.
This platform is meant for that. Yeah, anybody can ask any questions. Otherwise,
Sure,
I
if
have
anyone-
one big question. Can I?
Sure, sir.
Dr. Prakash Rai, Rakesh Rai.
Yes, yes.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm audible. I'm there.
Hello.
Don't worry. Yes, I can hear you, sir.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, you are hearing, na?
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
you have been presented very nice scenario of the healthcare concept, and COVID situation has been dealt with all infrastructure, all facets of your medical and all these things you have done very nicely. So I have one bothering question in my mind, that how much of medical waste has been released to the open atmosphere in this pandemic, in the lockdown, in the COVID situations? How it has been environmentally acceptable? This is one thing.
Yeah.
Second question is, as you mentioned that healthcare concept is one of the most important concept, and all the 65% of the total population in the world is been engaged in the medical field and all these things by running the all segmentations of ancillary units related to the medical science and medical health concept of including medical shops or pharmaceutical companies and all these things. But botheration question is, all patients have died in the hospital during the lockdown period is purely died on the COVID, or some other reasons, or because the figures which have been floated in the country with all medias and all, always we are thinking about the COVID deaths. Then naturally many people are dying in the country, which is not known to common man.
Correct.
But in a COVID period, specifically it has mentioned, how do you correlate this situation? Really it has happened, all the patients have died only for COVID, or some other disease also responsible for that? Because the people who have been in a COVID getting information from the government agency, they have been brought figures according to whims and fancies.
Correct. Yeah, sir.
This
so
is
yeah. So this is a very practical question. I'll take your second question first. So let me tell you that a lot of people actually did not have COVID. They had multiple comorbidities. Of course, COVID could have been one of the augmenting or aggravating factors for their downfall. But many of them actually, let's say out of the 100% of patients who died and who had a history of COVID, 30 to 40% actually did not die of COVID. The remaining 60% die of COVID, but some of them got worsened due to COVID at one point of time. And by the time they came for seeking healthcare, their kidneys were not in a good position, and there was no way we could salvage those patients. So for instance, cancer patients, they could not come for chemotherapy cycles. They did not get radiotherapy. They did not undergo surgery. So those patients actually died at home, many of them. And many of them who came to the hospital came with complications of cancer or complications of chemotherapy rather than COVID. So it's a mixed background. But then COVID was one of the most important factors in aggravating or hastening the process of death in quite a few people, more so in patients who were lacking immunity or the elderly population who were actually having multiple comorbidities. And your first question was regarding disposal of the waste. A huge amount of waste was generated from COVID, whether we were doing justice to the environment during disposal. Sir, can you hear me, by the way?
I am listening. I am very carefully listening.
Yeah. So as I mentioned, there are 5 to 6 different kinds of waste that is generated in a hospital setting. And each of these waste has a different way of disposal. For instance, sharp wastes are actually disposed in a different way. Plastics in a different way, biodegradable waste in a different way, infectious waste in a different way. So what happened was, initially many of the hospitals were not following the protocol. All were mixed together. The moment they decided to segregate by giving a different colored box for a different waste, And that was made mandatory, and that was overlooked by the hospital management, because that was made mandatory, sir, by the various policymakers. So every
It has
single
happened after
department,
second. It has happened in a second phase. It was started in second phase.
correct, yeah, because we never knew as to what is happening. The supplies were not there. So the moment we started putting those boxes in the right place in every single ward, they were actually dealt in a more justified manner, and they were disposed in the correct way. Of course, they have different techniques of disposal. For instance, dumping, incineration, autoclaving. There are different ways that I will not be able to tell you in detail, but there is a technique called donning and doffing. So the moment you get rid of a PPE kit, there is a particular corner in every ward where you are supposed to unfold, take out the kit and put it in a right box. Now that unfolding technique was trained by some of the experts, and we had to wear the kit and again dispose it or open it in the correct manner, so that we are never reinfected, nor was the kit going to spoil the entire area. So this donning and doffing technique was actually adopted by every single hospital, and everybody was trained to do that. So I think we did a good thing at that point of time, but we actually learned from our mistakes, and it was a gradual learning session. We are still learning in this COVID era. And this COVID is an enigma to me. I have not been able, I don't think any medical science has been able to crack COVID.
Yeah, please. Raishi, one more observation, sir. In Karnataka state,
yes,
I have been observed in Karnataka state. I have been observed that the people who have been hospitalized due to COVID and they have been quarantined and isolated, the quarantined and isolated people have survived, and all people who have hospitalized, they have died. Is it a psychological depreciation of the patients, or situation has been crept like that?
Sir, I will not be able to comment on that. But what
no, it is not a comment. This is our observations. See, it is the question we are not commenting. See, this because losing the life is you know anything feel it's a loss of not only a family but also a society.
Correct.
But, and how many people, though you are in a medical field, how many people have taken medical care? How many people have died in the COVID? See, they are also human beings. Na? Doctors are also to be taken.
Professor Arvind. So it will be very difficult for a medical practitioner to answer all your psychological questions. Anyhow, but one thing you must realize that the medical facilities during the time of COVID, in the first phase and in the second phase, there was a tremendous amount of development.
Yeah.
And that we have to recognize it.
Exactly.
See, I was a COVID patient. Dr. Rakesh, I was looking after.
Okay.
I was hospitalized. And truly speaking, the hospital provided me one of the best services available.
That's true.
And I survived with a multiple COVID.
Okay.
Okay. So one wonderful introduction to COVID management
medical
was
services has improved a lot, and each and every citizen of India should congratulate them.
That's true. That is true.
Yes, true. Quite rightly said. Yeah. And the safe homes actually delivered a lot of service during COVID. They were actually a transit point between hospital and home. The safe homes did a wonderful job, and I think sir was one of the beneficiaries of safe homes during the time of COVID. So I think overall the healthcare system really boosted their levels high up, and with improved technology and support and cooperation from everybody, all the citizens of India, the policy makers, the healthcare and the paramedical staff, I think we have done a wonderful job. That's my observation.
Medical warriors.
Dr. Roy, please, I have one common man's question.
Yes, sir, please.
In fact, what you have presented here, and we know also that India's position in terms of healthcare and fighting back this situation of pandemic was not at all remarkable, or better to say, we were in the lower rung among the world situation, other countries. Compared to other countries, our position was very bad. Still then, what I find, that the death rate or fatality rate in India was remarkably less than few European countries also. We can compare with France and Italy, or even Germany, or even some other very developed first world countries, and we did not suffer that much of fatality. Instead of having a very low rank in the health management or healthcare services. Can you throw some light?
So, sir, the proportion of deaths, probably you're right, was low, but then some of the deaths were not correctly reported. So sometimes it's very difficult to actually compare directly. So just give me a moment. I'll log in using a different device so that you can see me, because if I'm not visible, then it's very difficult to interact. Just a second, sir.
Okay. Yes, you're visible.
Yeah, sir. Can you see me first of all?
Yeah, you're visible, doctor. Welcome.
So what I wanted to say was, you were right in your observation, sir. What happens in these Western countries, everything is protocolized. There is a protocol. I remember my very close brother who was in Amsterdam. I just want to make this statement. I'm not trying to compare transcontinental services, but my brother was suffering from 105-degree temperature. His saturation had not dropped. His saturation was okay. He was located in Amsterdam. And it was almost 7th day when he called me, said, look, I am not being able to bear the brunt of this fever, 105 degrees. I'm COVID positive. I said, you go to the hospital. He categorically mentioned that the hospital is not taking him. They said that you stay at home, you take paracetamol, go for cold compress. If your saturation drops, we will take you. If your saturation does not drop, we will not take you. And to be honest, he's exposed to a lot of antibiotics when he was there in India. Whenever there was a fever, maybe viral, a sort of antibiotic was used to be taken, which he could not procure from the pharmacies of Amsterdam. So then he blamed that probably was the reason. But honest, that Amsterdam plan or protocol was very scientific because they believe in science and it's very protocolized. For us to get a drug or antibiotic, especially drugs like doxycycline, ivermectin, which were a part of the regimen initially, is very easy. It is not very difficult. So sometimes, and we have a lot of general practitioners with a lot of experience handling different and difficult COVID patients without hospital support at home in a lovely fashion. So I think we have a faster access to healthcare, to be honest. It may not be quality proof, but then there are certain answers for us, which is much easy. There are local guys who are actually coming, the club members, the society people who are helping the elderly people with medications. Of course, in Amsterdam and these Western countries, it is all very protocolized in the sense that the pharmacy will deliver it to the person. But you have to understand that the population they cater to is much low, whereas we have a huge burst of population. We're a densely populated country. So I think we customized our approach, not only the doctors, the healthcare professionals, but also the people in the community, the clubs, the people staying, the citizens. We all worked well in tandem, understood each other well so that we could deliver. Because if you do not understand the dynamics of the disease and what the patient wants, you will not be able to deliver. So I think, so you are right. And of course, our sense of immunity is a bit different. We are exposed to a lot of pathogens.
Exactly.
When we travel, we are exposed to a lot of virus, and maybe some of the virus probably would be similar to the adenovirus, which we come across. And maybe our way of dealing with this virus, our body immunity is different. So this is something which is a very essential part of the study, and we need to know more about the biology of the virus, how it addresses the Western population versus the Indian ethnicity.
Yeah, you're right. And thanks to you, the doctors community, the first liner of the COVID warriors, and the society who put together had a very, very vital role played. And let us hope some new findings, some important findings will come out from this study. The question I raised.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
sir.
Sir, we have one question in our chat box. Aditi
Correct.
Mishra, our one participant, she wants to know, like, is autoimmunity and COVID-19 are interrelated? Because cases of autoimmunity has increased after COVID-19. Sir, what is your perception on this?
So immunity is definitely important, and if you are hit by a virus, there will be an antibody response. And once you're hit by the virus, the second time you probably will come out with flying colors because you already have an existing antibody. More so if you're boosted by a vaccine. So, and immunity, I think, plays a vital role. And many of the elderly people, they could not mount up a proper immunological reaction to the first time when the virus attacked them. And therefore, they fell prey to the second time it attacked them. So these are certain issues which I think needs to be answered. And of course, it's very difficult to come out with a stamped statement that this is it. But then, of course, her question is very, very valid. Autoimmunity does play a role. And I think many of us have been able to tackle COVID because of a basic immunological resistance that provide against a particular invasion.
Very true, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for such a lovely session. Now, I would request our chairperson, Dr. Arvind A. Mulimani and Dr. Rajiv Sarkar to kindly present a token of love from our side, a e-memento to Dr. Rakesh Roy.
Thank you for tolerating me for an hour.
So it was a wonderful session, sir.
Thank you so much for your lot of inputs
Because
have been shared with
we are
us.
not asking questions.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. My privilege. My honor.
Please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. With this token of love, now I would like to move forward, and I would request my co-host Mallar Basu to kindly start the technical session and invite our participants to present their paper.
Thank you, ma'am. Myself, Mallar Basu, student of Department of Geography, Adamas University. Let us proceed with our next presenter, Dr. Arvind, Department of Geography, Karnataka University, Karnataka, to present his paper on a very interesting topic on COVID-19 and environment, a philosophical approach. Dr. Arvind.
Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity. First of all, I could feel myself to extend the heartiest gratitude to Arun Kumar Singh ji, who is just send a message to me that Arvind, I want some paper for this conference. I said, sir, I will prepare. Then he said, not only you have to ask your students. Then I have contributed 5 papers. I think 1 paper is already presented in the morning session, and now I am presenting my paper. Another 3 papers are there in their respective chair. Sir, it is a very proud privilege to share the very important aspects. It is a platform to share some of the thoughts. As we have already discussed about Rise presentation, he is a medical person who has been spoken much about how the COVID has been handled. COVID cases has been handled in India. No doubt about it, the human values and human concern, human commitment, human relations, human achievements, all to be taken into consideration to be as a good, healthy society. But one thing is that why good human being is not maintaining a good environment is a basic question. So my paper is, very clearly I have mentioned that the COVID-19 and environmental impact. A philosophical approach. I am dealing with a philosophical point of view. Since we're all geographers with a multi-dimensional angle, we have been assembled here for 2 days. No doubt about it. The session is begin morning, the keynote address to right now, the sessions have been held. We have been looking at the COVID situation. I have confined to my talk only philosophical point of view as a geographical perceptions. I am not deviating the talk away from my frame. When you look at the COVID-19, which has been one of the most important, pandemic has happened to the human health. Whole world is pathetic in situation. Every segment of the human walks of the life have been disturbed like anything. but people have been struggled too hard to come out. If you look into that point of view, I have to deal with the integral part of that, how the human face is being interacting with the physical face. Human activities have been prevailed on the geographical space in the world. Environment is being not managed by the people. Hardly 10% of the total population in the world who are the academician, planner, political personalities and bureaucrats, administrator, public participation, NGOs, the people who have been concerned to the nation and society are to be understand the concept of environment. Rest of the 90% of the people in the world, they're least and last person to bother about the environment. But we should not forget that everything we are getting from the nature. Environment is a responsible force for our personal life of any individual in the world. Keeping this in the mind, if you look at the COVID and COVID lockdown period and COVID situations, I am not going to talk about the facts and figures which have been bombarding here, because facts and figures are not a matter for me, because every day it is being changes. But changing scenario will not give a real reflections. If you look at the philosophical angle, we the geographers, we are dealing two important things. One is the physical face is there given by the nature. It has been dominated by the human face, human habitants, which you have been interacting with all the things to the physical space. The interaction process will be reflecting in the form of a nature or environment. Environment is a matter for everything for us, human being. If you look at the COVID situation in the first phase of lockdown in the world, and second phase and extended phases in the world, the slowdown of all the things and shutdown of all the economic activities, particularly the industries, automobile sector, transportation, all the fossil fuels which have been burning every day, bit of a moment, and we have been fascinating to use that dynamism of the dynamic activities of the economy in any region in the world has been stopped. The carbon content, the emission of the carbon dioxide, monoxide, methanes, and all these things have been been stopped. The good relief of the nature in the lockdown period, from the positive impact to the nature, 100% negative impact to the human health, human society. I'm not going to talk about that because my frame is like this. So if you look at that, nature is also having sustainability to tolerate its own way. Everyone is been behaving according to whims and fancies in the nature. All economic activities, mining, industry, transportation, networking, this, that, everything is being mechanized with the machines and dealing the emission of the carbon dioxide, either in the lab, gas, liquid, air, all possible means of the ways which we have been contributing to the open atmosphere. The global warming, the temperature, greenhouse gas effect, the climate change, local conditions, everything has been cannot possible from the nature to sustain it. But in that period, it is a good relief for the nature. The two divergent views have been put forth in the mind of the geographers. One is the determinism, another one is the possibilism. The possibilistic approach and possibilism is the main functions that how the man is being actively involved in the engaging in the interacting with the nature by utilization of the natural resources to at what extent. So, sir, to be frank with you, mother has given a birth to a baby. Baby is grown up with the fold of a mother. Mother is sacrificing her nights and days and thoughts, wits, everything for a growth of a baby. That baby is growing in a society under the fold of a mother, and it will be grown up, and identical in the society and responsible person in this citizen of society or a nation. And at that time, the baby is growing like anything, and mother is getting an old age. With at the cost of sacrificing the mother's everything, the baby has grown up, and after the certain age, if the person is not taking care of their own mother, what happens? What mother will do? The way which she has been sacrificed and taken care, sleepless days and nights, and whatever the way which she has been sacrificed, she has started hating and cursing. for the person if the person is not taking care of that mother in the old age. What she will do? She will have a curse. That curse is going to such an extent, even it is not possible to estimate and think about the effects on that psychological persons. The same way, the nature is also cursing if we are not taken care of the nature. That's what two divergent views of philosophical thoughts are taken into consideration. And we have to take a very important note that how the nature is to be prevented and protected. The COVID is one happened in the world, the good relief for the whole world. The carbon fossil fuel have been stopped burning. The lot of things have been not been mechanized. The emission was totally stopped. The nature is been very freely. The plants are very freely. The animals are very freely. The birds are very freely. The biodiversity has been extended like anything. There was a good relief if you look at that point of view. If you keep
Professor Arvind, you are on mute.
Okay. So there was a disturbance. So if you look at that, there is a good relief in the COVID period of the whole world. There is a fossil fuel has not been burned. The emission of carbon dioxide, monoxide, liquid gas, water pollution, all the air, water, and whatever the pollutants which have been chemical pollutants we are releasing to open atmosphere was stopped or shut down. That is a good relief because nature is being having a relief from the humankind. So a lot of impacts will be there on that. From the human side, I am not talking about touching that because already there are many papers which are going to cover in that. As a geographer, as an environmental point of view, I am talking about this. The mother is not taking care by the son or elder person in the family. Mother will be cursing. The nature is also cursing because it's a nature duty is that there is a supremacy power in the world to bring the balance. Nature is balancing, not human being. The nature is the one ultimate to everything. Therefore, the nature is being reducing its pressure on the geographical space by the human being or a population and activities and mechanism of all the kinds of the things which have been carried out is been brought by the nature in the form of calamities, in the form of hazards, and including man is created a man-induced hazards. One or the other way, there is a lot of the things is to be balanced. Ultimate, the man is not a permanent animal in this great earth, has a stipulated time. In the stipulated time only, the cannot understand the entire nature. And according to that, a span is the one which is made him to talk about it. If you look at that philosophical point of view, the determinism and possibilism or the two extremity is being taken into consideration, and ultimately we have to surrender the nature. Nature is the one which is being given to us. We have to take care of the nature. By practicing our own ethical, philosophical, moral values, which the nature is also to be taken into. How human society we have taken care, the nature is also to be taken care. With this philosophical point of view, I conclude that the practicing of the geographical principles are to be taken into consideration in the existing nature. Nature is meant for us. We are not meant for nature. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to share some thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your nicely elaborating this topic. The topic of our next presentation will be the nexus of migration and health, some reflections in context of India. To present this paper, I would like to call Dr. Harpreet Singh, Banaras University, Varanasi, Uttar Pradesh, to present paper. Dr. Harpreet Singh.
Yes, sir. A very good evening to the chair of this session, Professor Arun Kumar Singh, Dr. Arvind Mulimaniji, and all the organizing committee of this university. I'm Dr. Harpreet Singh. I want to share my PPT. So will you allow me to share?
Yes, sir.
Is it visible?
Yeah,
Yes,
it is
sir.
visible.
Yes, sir.
Please
Yes,
present.
Okay. Sir, my topic is understanding the nexus of migration and health in Indian context. See, health and migration both are been looked into a different perspective. Both are viewed from different angles. But here I have tried a little to know about what is the correlation between these two, and up to what extent these migrants and health has been related, and how they have been deprived from the all basic needs and facilities. So here we will first try to understand what exactly migration is. As we are geographer, we are aware that any change in the usual place of residence from one geographical area to the another geographical area has been termed as migration. Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, you are absolutely audible. You please speak. No problem.
Sir, thank you. UNESCO has defined internal migration as a movement from one area, that can be one province, district, or any municipality, to the another, but within the boundary of that country. In context of India, when we see, we have two types of migration. One is long-term migration that resulted into a relocation of an individual or a household. Second one is when you talk about short-term or the seasonal migrants, they are the circular migrations. That involves back and forward movement from the source of their origin to the destination place. They go and come back. So broadly, if we see, migration has been divided broadly into internal migration and external migration. External, when somebody is moving out of the country. But here, since we are concerned more with the internal migrants, that is further divided into intrastate and interstate migration. When we talk about in case of COVID-19 and sudden imposition of lockdown later on, internal migrants were the most affected lot during this tenure, during this time period. So the internal migration, which is the topic of today's talk, that shows that the number of migrants has increased tremendously. 2011 data shows, census shows 450 million, almost 37% population is considered as internal migrants. And they are predominantly engaged in the informal sector of the economy. And they are really the backbone of any city's economy, but they are the neglected lot. Why so? On various terms, on various levels, they have been deprived either from the basic availability of the health facilities, or maybe sometime they are also been deprived from this health availability of health facilities at the place of destination, because they have been discriminated.
Sir, you please concentrated main objectives, database, methodology, and outcome. Okay. Because introductory part time is not in a position.
Okay, right, sir. So I'm directly coming to this origin why this research problem has came into my mind. The imposition of national lockdown and exodus of millions of migrants, and most of them were severely affected during the lockdown period. And since that was a corona time period, many of them were got affected also. So that's why it has been taken into consideration. Now, when we talk about the significance, I'll try to highlight few of the things. They are the important segment of our economy. They cannot be neglected. And second point is that they have been involved in many kinds of the works, and that works or the places where they are working can be hazardous also, or maybe sometime they are involved in such kind of conditions which are not healthy or hygienic conditions. They are working conditions. So during the COVID-19, their vulnerability came, in front. Everybody was now seeing that how they are, affected by this coronavirus, but they are also away from their homes. So the fear of this deadly virus and their struggle for survival because of the deteriorated health conditions was very severe for them. And most of the old people, children, and the women got affected during this coronavirus situation. The objective is to understand the interstate migration, to know the health of the migrants, and specific stress during the lockdown period. So as far as data and methodology is concerned, in the proposed study, the secondary source of data has been used. From census department, it has been revealed that how people are moving from one place to another place and from where they are moving most. And since most of the people have those who have moved from Uttar Pradesh to the mega cities or metropolitan city, they were the most affected lots. As far as my knowledge has been concerned, latest release data of National Family Health Survey also says that the most disease state is Uttar Pradesh, maybe because of the large population base or maybe because of other reasons. So hence in this study, the published work in research paper, journals, newspapers, and government reports have been taken to understand the nexus between migrants. So I'll skip these few slides. Interstate migrants I have already spoken about, but here I'll stress upon that there are the corridors, which UNESCO says that from Bihar to National Capital Region Delhi, Bihar to Haryana, Punjab, UP to Maharashtra, Odisha to Gujarat, Odisha to Andhra Pradesh, and Rajasthan to Gujarat. This is a kind of corridor from where they're generally moving, and they have been discriminated at the place of destination. Now, when we talk about the health, UNESCO, World Health Organization say it's not only the physical or mental or their social well-being, but in fact, there should not be any absence of the disease. They should be proper fit. So when we talk about that migrants, they are generally engaged, or their engagement is in those works where they are more prone to health problems. The internal labor migrants, which move from one place to another place, also not got such kind of facilities which are been received by other people in general which received. They have been discriminated also. They do work or exposed to difficult to unsafe health conditions. They face occupational hazards also. They live in poor condition. Many of the times they live in slum area. Slum area itself is not an hygienic area where they have been living and residing. And the marginalization existence of these make them more prone to disaster to their health. So as per World Health Organization, they are more prone to accidental injuries, hypothermia, burn, gastroenteritis illness, cardiovascular events, and pregnancy and delivery related complication, diabetes and hypertension. That has been find out by the World Health Organization, especially among the migrants, those who move from one place to another place. So they are forced, when they are forced to move from one place to another place, as it happens in case of lockdown, they lost to the access of medication, which happened in India. They lost to the prescription because they were not been allowed to move from one place to another place, lack of access to the healthcare services, leaving them the prolonged disruption of their treatment. So the degradation in the living conditions, loss of shelters, shortage of water and regular food supply make them more and more physically and psychologically more strained. So as per National Urban Health Mission Draft 2008, the expensive private healthcare facilities, perceived unfriendly treatment at government hospitals, emotional security at their home place, and non-availability of caretaker at the place of destination are the few points which force the migrants to think about, okay, they were better there at their place of origin itself. So one data which is available of National Family Health Survey 2005-06, it shows that HIV/AIDS is among the male migrants is comparatively more, that is 0.55%, as compared to the non-migrant population of that particular region. That means when they are traveling, they either interact or come into contact with the other people if it is a communicable disease, or sometimes it happens even if it is a non-communicable diseases, either because of this hazardous work or maybe a stressful situation they come across during their journey. Also they become mentally affected because of this all. So here I have the figure which is showing that from January to September 2020, there is a state and typology wise coverage of the migrants, especially the high risk group. That is initiative taken in case of HIV/AIDS. has been found that in Maharashtra, maximum number of migrants have been covered up. So this is what I was telling you, the corridors are there. People are generally moving from one place to another place. In that, Maharashtra is the main destination place. Second is Gujarat. Third one is Delhi. So all these are having large number of population.
Dr. Harpreet Singh,
they've been affected also.
Dr.
Sorry,
Harpreet Singh, kindly stick to their timings. Timing is very important and precious one.
Okay,
Because
sir.
there are many people
then I'll
present.
be little,
Yeah,
I'll be little
please.
fast. I'll be covering all these things in a very fast manner. So when we talk about the health of these migrants during lockdown period, as I have already mentioned you, they don't have food at that point of time. They started walking through the streets, through the roads, walking, and their health got deteriorated. Plus, they also exposed to the coronavirus. See, this is one picture of Badra station when all during even lockdown period when virus was on at its peak, all get together at a one place. So hence infection got spread, and they were also been considered as the carrier of this virus. I have 2-3 more pictures. This is another picture which shows that how they have started their journey. That it's not only the elder one, it's only the younger people, their families along their children were also moving, but not only the day, during night time they have also moved. So deterioration, no food at that point of time, their condition was getting deteriorated day by day. And if you see the condition of children during that point of time, it was very worst because they have to move during this time period along with their family. Here is one United Nations says that here in India, the investment in the health is around 1% to 1.3% of GDP, which is very low. And we are now worried about the consequences of the, because it is not enough to respond to any disease. That means we are lacking somewhere in some of the policies. We are not considering, we are not taking migrants into consideration. Large number of people, when they get together there in Delhi NCR region, that okay, they will be provided with Shramik trains or the bus facilities, they got infected. Reason being, they were so compact close, no COVID norms were being adopted. And as far as physical, they are mentally been affected also. So very quickly, I'll read out few of
No,
them.
you please conclude it. You please conclude it. Don't read, because everyone knows this all incident has happened in the lockdown period. So the thing is that how best you have been come out with your area and your work has been concluded within effective measures.
Okay, right, sir. Right, sir. So the nexus which I am trying to link between migration and health is one, not the straight one. It has been complex one. Migrants always deprived from the basic human rights, that is a health rights, or their engagement of migrants in unhealthy, unsafe condition, getting more deteriorated conditions, and the imposition of sudden lockdown affected their health a lot. There must be some nodal agency to track these migrants and to ensure that the better health facilities should be provided to these migrants, and they may not be able to be discriminated at the place of destination. Thrust should be given to the proper utilization of healthcare facilities available at the place of destination. Even during lockdown condition, it can happen in future also. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Harpreet Singh, for your very interesting session. Now I would like to call our next presenter, Mr. Roktim Mandal, Department of Geography, Adamas University, West Bengal, to present his paper on incidences of riots in West Bengal in pandemic situations.
So I request all the participants, please stick on to your allotted time. Don't drag the time. You have to stick to your timing and you have to finish your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. খুলে দেখতে পারো, ভালো ভালো পেপার। আচ্ছা, কালকে থাকবে তো?
প্লে
আচ্ছা, ঠিক আছে।
Joyita, Raktin's video's audio is not, we cannot hear.
Okay, I'm trying to share it again. Okay.
Yeah, you need to share with the audio. When
Yes,
you're
I've
sharing
shared.
the screen, yeah.
I had shared it with audio. I guess some problem is there.
Try again, please.
If it is a technical problem, we can give a chance to the next person. By that time, they
Hello
can prepare.
everyone. Today my topic of presentation is incidences of riot in West Bengal in pandemic situations. Riot is a form of civil disorder when more than 5 people assemble for any common cause which can lead to violence. It is called riot. And here I am following the IPC definitions, and these are the IPC sections under which riot comes in. And I am doing my research work on West Bengal, and I am going to show a special case study on Bhangor 1 and Bhangor 2 block in South 24 Parganas. My objectives are analyze the temporal changes and spatial distributions of incidences of riot in West Bengal, and secondly, to monitor the incidences of riot in Bhangor 1 and Bhangor 2 block during COVID situations. Methodology mainly consists of literature review, collections of secondary data from various official sources, and interviewing in police person, and I have using geospatial analysis and simple statistical analysis for data representation. Now we can see from this map that in the year 2020, North 24 Parganas and South 24 Parganas both are showing the highest number of incidences of riot. And here I have prepared a map with the help of IDW method, which is showing the spatial pattern of the rioting in West Bengal 2020. And in both the cases we are showing, we can see that it is showing that North and South 24 Parganas are having the highest number of incidences of riot. That is why I have chosen this district of South 24 Parganas. And if we go to the block level data, we can see that Bhangor 1 and 2 block and Canning block are showing highest incidences of riots. What are the causes? Like land acquisition and wetland acquisitions, political rioting, and rioting due to the land mafias, religious riot, and riots due to personal glitches are main causes of riot. Now we can see that how the trend is increasing in terms of riot in Bhangor 1 and 2 block. And if we see that, we can see that in these 2 years, especially 2020 and 2021, that when the pandemic situation is very much high in West Bengal, in Bhangor block, that rioting is also increasing. Why I am talking about riots in COVID situations? Because riot means assembly or gathering of people. That means, as we know, that maintaining social distancing and physical distance is mandatory, is one of the measures to prevent COVID. Now, in rioting, we cannot think of having physical distance or social distance. So if riot increases in that level, so we can understand that how alarming is the situation is. And for Bhangor block, we can definitely say that in the years of COVID pandemic, there is no awareness. People are not really aware at what are doing. There creating riots, which is very alarming. And here we can see the spatial distribution of riots. That you can see the South 24 Parganas district is one of the highest COVID cases or COVID prone district of West Bengal, both in 2020 and 2021, showing the same thing. If here I have collected some data from Bhangar police stations that where the riot occurs due to the issues of vaccinations itself. So you can understand that COVID-19 itself, the vaccination, the COVID-19 itself generally died. It is very unfortunately to say that when people are going for vaccinations, they are actually creating a social problem. That is right. And police has to lodge case against so many people. And as we know that we have given the data, the most of the cases gathering consist more than 50 people. And there are some incidences of more than 200 people assemble, which is very, very alarming, and this is not at all desirable. Now, lastly, my few findings has South 24 Parganas district has showing highest occurrences of riot in West Bengal in COVID situation. However, Block 1 and Block 2 is showing increasing trend in terms of rioting in the COVID situation. And as we know, in there have many cases the people are vaccination and they can created riot as their result is also creating a part of riot. And we can say the lack of awareness of pandemic protocols. So these overall situations is very alarming. And my suggestion is that the government need to create more and more awareness, and people have to be more um, okay. The people have to be more aware by themselves, and that they should not create riots. And there are some policy implementations, like there are so many issues related to the vaccination where the vaccination is lacking. In that kind of situations, people mainly got afraid and they create some rioting kind of situation. So government should look to this matter and prepare some strict policy implementations for the proper vaccination and proper distribution of vaccination, because this is very unfortunate to see the vaccination or COVID-19 prevention itself producing riot. So at last, I would like to thank my supervisor, Dr. Supotin Kormakar, and Department HOD, Dr. Kosturi Mukherjee, for helping me out, and for the data collection. I would like to thank Suvendu Mukherjee from State Crime Record Bureau for giving or providing me your data, and for the field work, I would like to thank my fellow Molnar Basu. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roktim, for your nicely presentation. Our next paper is on the impact of COVID-19 lockdown on the economy of Dhalian village, Tarakeshwar block, Hubli, West Bengal. And to present this paper, I would like to invite Dr. Chandramallika Vishwas and request her to present her work.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. May I request to share my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good evening, everyone. I take this opportunity to quickly thank the organizers and the chairpersons of this session for giving me a chance to present our work in front of this august audience. Now, I will quickly make a short presentation keeping to the time. We've already mentioned that I'll be present. It's a joint paper with my colleague, Dr. Pintu Shea, and our work is on the impact of COVID-19 lockdown on the economy of Dholland village of Tarokeshwar block of Hooghly district in West Bengal. Now, a short introduction. As we know, we've already been discussing since morning that the COVID-19 pandemic has been a health hazard in India, not only in India, but it has affected the health, the livelihood of the people around the world and the economy at large. Now, during the initial phase to arrest the spread of the deadly COVID-19 virus, the government of India had declared a nationwide lockdown, the first phase which had started from 24th March 2020. And since then, till now, we have had 3 waves of the COVID pandemic in India. Now, the objectives. There are 3 very short and brief objectives. Firstly, to understand the physical and environmental setup of the study area, that is the Dholland village. Secondly, to study the socioeconomic structure of the study area. And finally, and lastly, to identify the impact of COVID-19 lockdown on the economy of the study area. Now, as per the methodology and database, we have collected primary data from 100 households of Dholland village in the month of December 2021. Google Image, GPS, and other softwares have been used to prepare land use map, and percentage distribution and other statistical techniques have been used for doing calculation. Now, I'll briefly talk about the study area. As I have already mentioned, Dholland is a village in the Tarokeshwar block of Hooghly district. It is situated about 1.8 kilometers from the headquarter Tarokeshwar. This village has around 181 households comprising of 794 people. Now, this village comes under the Tarokeshwar Assembly and under the Bhonjipur Gram Panchayat. Now, this is the map of the study area. This small rectangular block is the village. Now, this is from the Google map. Okay, now I'll quickly come down to my findings. Okay, now as we have seen that this region, that this village is situated in the riverine plain between the Damodar and the Bhagirathi river, and it comprises of the older alluvial deposits of the Ganges. This area is of tropical type, and the soil here is very fertile because it is alluvium in nature, and which gives rise to luxuriant growth of vegetation, and there is no absence of source of water. And keeping this in background, we see that this has given rise to an agricultural economy, and this agricultural economy is the main backbone of the village economy. Now, this is the land use and the land cover map of Dholland village. Now, the social setup. Now, out of the 181 households in the village, we had surveyed 100 households, and from that, we collected data from 488 individuals. Now, from the data, we have made certain calculations. We found that the sex ratio was about 941, which is around the state average. Now, the religious composition showed that it was a majority of the people were Hindus, and the literacy rate was pretty high. And one of the reasons being was that the primary school, that is the Dholland Dinanath Primary School, was located within the village premises itself, which has given a chance for the villagers to get themselves educated. Okay, now the most important part, that is the economy. Now, among the people, and when we look into the work participation rate, we find that there were about 42% of the surveyed population, they were workers, the remaining were non-workers. Now, among the workers, if we see, we found when we see their occupational structure of the work, we find that about 68% of the workers were engaged in primary activities. And within that, if we see, we found that about 32% were cultivators, almost 39% were agricultural laborers, and the remaining 30% were engaged in other primary activities. And about 12.5% were engaged in secondary sector, and the remaining 19% in tertiary sector. Now, in this graph, we can see that there was no such occupational shift in the occupational structure before the pandemic and after the pandemic. Now, the impact, the last bit of it. Now, as from what we find that there were around 7 people who had lost their jobs, which is actually not a huge number. And there were 2 children who had to leave their education and had to move into the workforce and added to the child labor. And about 31 individuals were there who were non-workers, unemployed, and were seeking job. Now, the most important finding and impact of COVID-19 was that there was a huge loss of income among the families or households in this village. As we can see, that's ranging from 2,000 rupees a month to more than 20,000 rupees a month. This was the range of the reduction in monthly income of the villagers. Now, 93% households faced reduction in income. On an average, 50% households had an income reduced by around 5,000. And this sudden fall in income had majorly affected the family's budget and the expenditure pattern of the household. Now, the conclusion. Those engaged in agriculture faced huge losses during the prolonged lockdown period, as they could not sell their products on time and did not get the correct price which they could have got pre-COVID. Secondly, if we look into the environmental problems during this time, we know that to add to their miseries, there were 2 super cyclones and erratic rainfall in the past 1.5 years, which added to the loss of crops and hence loss in income, and many households were in debt. Then we have seen that those who were working in factories, they lost their jobs, as during lockdown, the factories had stopped operating. These people usually work in local factories, which are not of a big scale, so hence they had closed down. Those who are in the private sector jobs, for them, they did not lose the jobs, but they had reduced salaries due to COVID distress. And finally, the financial burden on families and households due to reduced income, losses in agriculture, and indebtedness had jeopardized the rural economy of Dholland village. But the silver lining is that the villagers feel that with the passing of time, the pandemic phasing out, and with some patience, they will be able to overcome this situation and move towards normalcy. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your nicely presentation. Now our next presenter is Mr. Roshan Das, Department of Geography, Adams University, West Bengal, to present his paper, Trends of Research on COVID-19, a New Research Frontier. Mr. Roshan Das.
Good evening, professors and eminent dignitaries. It has been a long and tiring, but a memorable day. Today, I would like to present my presentation on trends of research on COVID-19, a new research frontier. Although I have been allotted a window of 6 minutes, but my presentation is a bit longer, for which I would request to borrow a 2-minute window from the chairperson, sir. Now I would like to share my screen. Is it visible?
Yes, it is. It is not playing.
Sorry, ma'am?
The video is not playing.
Just a minute, ma'am. Is it now, ma'am?
Yes, yes. It's not audible, but.
Ma'am, my audio is on, ma'am.
Your audio is on. Like when you have shared your screen, have you shared with the audio? When we are sharing our screen first time, we need to select the with computer audio. The option is there when you're sharing our screen, entire screen. Just look down in the bottom corner. You can see a check box is there. You need to check that box.
Okay. Now is it audible and visible? Good evening, respected professors and my fellow colleagues. This is Roshan Das, a postgraduate student from the Department of Geography in the prestigious Adams University. Before getting started with the presentation, I would like to take a moment and offer my warm-hearted welcome and humble greetings to one and all to this prestigious conference. With an experience of the pandemic from the perspective of a student for almost a span of 2 years, the word COVID has become almost as fearsome as the word exams. COVID-19 is a disease caused by a virus named SARS-CoV-2, which has its first cry in December 2019 in Wuhan, China. It is very contagious and has quickly spread around the world. COVID-19 most often has symptoms related to respiratory problems that can feel much like cold, flu, or pneumonia. Over the last 2 years, the pandemic is considered as the most life-appealing threat to human civilization. Since its unwanted welcome in India in March 2020, the effect of the virus has varied temporally, allowing us to classify the total time frame into 3 categorical periods, namely the first wave from March 2020 to November 2020, the second wave from February 2021 to September 2021, and the third wave from December 2021 to the present time. Among these 3 periods, the second wave had the most grave impact, both in terms of absolute number of infections recorded and the resulting absolute number of deaths, which can be visualized through the statistical tools used to represent the data. A country as big as India, both in terms of population and total area, is bound to show regional variations in terms of absolute number of cases of infection and resulting deaths. This is evident from the mapping of spatial variation, which exhibits the fact that states like Maharashtra, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, etc. lies at the apex of the highest infections and resultant deaths, while the northeastern state lies at the back end. The major objective of the paper is to primarily present the current spatio-temporal situation of the COVID-19 pandemic in India, which is then followed by the principal objective of figuring out the domains which lack significant research during the pandemic, at the same time keeping in mind about the various methodologies that got overlooked. Now, focusing on the methodology of the paper, we have used a certain methodology, that is the GIS modeling, along with narrative literature analysis enhanced by statistical tools, the data for which has been gathered from Statista and mygov.in websites. After conducting a detailed literature review, a major methodologies used in those literature have been jotted down and represented diagrammatically in order to enhance our understanding regarding the preference of certain specific methodologies. The most sought after methodologies, that is the narrative analysis, the statistical analysis, and the mathematical modeling, have been mentioned in detail in the upcoming slides. A similar outcome on the prominent themes that have been available after conducting the thorough literature review, which has allowed us to figure out the various significant and prominent themes over which the most extensive research has been conducted. This is then diagrammatically presented by the help of statistical tools. We can deduce that themes such as healthcare, socio-economy, trend analysis, and education has seen the most number of research being undertaken, which have been discussed in detail in the next slide. After receiving a good perception about the various trends of research that has been conducted on such a critically dynamic concept like COVID-19, certain research gaps have come up. This includes the lack of perception study, the lack of policy review, and the lack of regionality in the approaches to research. Such shortcomings hinders the work to achieve its objective. As a part of the research gap, we can draw reference to the lack of work in the popular notions, which are somewhat unorthodox. Most of the researchers tend to follow orthodox methodologies and themes of research, plaguing us from thinking out of the box and hindering our development of knowledge on this vibrant subject. More focus can be put upon radical topics rather than polishing the old behavioral topics in domains such as politics or urban sector. New avenues of research have come up by leaps and bounds, such as political ecology and its relationship with disease dynamics, which tends to find out the relation between the existing political structure and situation with that of the disease dynamics. Similar trends of analysis can be opted for urban ecology and relationship with disease, stating how urban morphology tends to influence disease dynamics. As humble suggestions to the existing research gaps, we can opt for longitudinal study of the impact of the pandemic over a certain strata of population. Moreover, certain sectors of economy should be given more importance, such as tourism, over which extensive research must be conducted. Last but not the least, the role of media is of principal importance in creating awareness about such existing research gaps and encouraging new trends of research. COVID-19 has really challenged us as a test of our existing potential, wherein we have stumbled at times, but with courage and determination, we have tried to keep on going. In order to adjust to this civilization-altering event, more extensive research can be conducted in every dimension to decipher the mystery of this black hole-alike concept of medical science. With this, I would like to draw a conclusion to my presentation. But prior to that, I would like to acknowledge Dr. Supratim Karmakar for providing me with this opportunity that has enriched my knowledge. I would also like to thank our organizer, Dr. Anu Roy, for conducting such an important conference with maximum efficiency. Lastly, I would like to offer my gratitude to the audience for giving a patient hearing to my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roshan Das, for your presentation. I would now like to call our next presenter, Dr. Vinita Prasad, AN College, Patna, Bihar, to represent her paper, COVID-19 and Healthcare System in Patna, Challenges and Issues.
Yeah, a warm good evening to all. May I share my screen?
Yes, please.
Okay. Just a minute. Let me arrange my slides. A good evening to all. My topic is COVID-19 and healthcare system in Patna, challenges and issues. The pandemic COVID-19 and the consequent lockdown have surfaced vulnerability and lacunas of existing healthcare system in Patna. The successive waves of the pandemic shook the entire health infrastructure and made people helpless and hopeless. The aims and objective of my study is to examine the inadequacies of the present healthcare system in Patna, to evaluate the plight of non-COVID patients and expecting mothers during the COVID, to assess the challenges faced by the healthcare professionals during COVID, to portray the suffering of COVID patients and their attendants, and to explore the required paradigm shift in the existing healthcare system in Patna. My study area is Patna. It is capital of Bihar, and the present study deals with the issues and challenges encountered by the health care system amidst the COVID-19 pandemic in Patna. This is the map of my study area. My research design, the present study is exploratory in nature and is based on facts and figures obtained through field study, sample survey of 300 respondents, secondary data, and literature survey. Discussion and findings. The infrastructure inadequacies. Amidst the absence of standard protocol and guidelines on the COVID-19, ambiguity and confusion persisted, and it crashed the already overburdened healthcare system in Patna, surfacing various infrastructure inadequacies. The inadequate RT-PCR testing labs and high testing costs make it is difficult for people to assess the testing labs and get their report on time, and also it was too costly, so everyone cannot afford this. The inadequate hospitalization avenues and overcrowding. There were very less space in the hospitals. All their hospitals were overcrowded, so people were not getting beds. Overburdened doctors, nurses, and paramedical staff. They had to work overtime because the number of employees were less. Inadequate ambulance services, malpractices like black marketing of medicines, oxygen cylinders, exorbitant ambulance charges, etc. Inadequate supply of COVID protective accessories, inadequate and inefficient help desk. All these shows that the health infrastructure of Patna was not at all ready for such an eventuality. The plight of the non-COVID patients. The COVID-19 emergency significantly curtailed healthcare and service delivery to senior citizens, non-COVID patients suffering from chronic or serious ailments, patients requiring emergency services in case of accident, trauma, suicide attempt, ischemia, and expecting mothers. It also hampered routine immunization. The closing of OPD in COVID hospitals put the people under pressure, under stress. The non-availability of transportation services further added their woes. The senior citizen routines checkup got disrupted and worsened their disease condition. The social distancing and surface touch formula made several health specialists to close down their health centers, making things complicated. Expecting mothers were denied routine checkups. The non-availability of transportation mode at the onset of labor pain made things worse. The patients awaiting liver or kidney transplants and bypass surgery had no choice but to wait. The disruption and irregularity in the treatment regime made cancer patients helpless. The disruption in dialysis schedule to put patients in deep distress. Scarcity of blood also haunted people. The healthcare professional too faced many problems. Absence of COVID protocol and delay in confirmatory RT-PCR test put healthcare professionals in a paradoxical situation. The shortfall of PPE kit forced frontline workers to reuse them, exposing them to serious hazard. Inadequate workforce made them work to 12 to 14 hours in a row. Lack of motivation and moral management, apathy, personal blows, fear of getting infected and infecting family members, seeing colleagues getting infected took a toll on their mental health. The healthcare workers were often asked to vacate the house, and learners were afraid of getting infected. Enormous occupational stress, such as helplessly watching patients, colleagues, and subordinates dying, VIP pressure, manhandling, financial uncertainties. The COVID patients and their relatives too suffered a lot. The costly time taking RT-PCR test and treatment make it difficult for many people to get the right treatment. No medical insurance coverage put extraordinary financial pressure on them. Poor hospitalization infrastructure, scarcity of isolation wards and crowding, non-availability of beds, ventilators, medicine, and oxygen put extra pressure on the patients. Unhygienic food and unkept dirty toilets, inability to meet relatives seeing fellow patients dying caused an anxiety, depression, and agony in patients. Delay in getting the body of relatives, and at times the exchange of body was the problem of exchange of body was also there. It also created panic. Excuse me, just a minute. So the whole health system was crashed. So there need to be some changes. Need to expand the medical capacity of government hospitals to provide necessary healthcare to people in such situation. Cooperation among various stakeholders, public-private partnership models are required to facilitate a smooth supply of hospital requirements. Strengthening and expansion of hospital infrastructure are required. The health professionals and public need to be sensitized about the seriousness of the issue, need to evolve strict laws to nab black marketers. Conclusion, the impact of the pandemic is enormous on the health sector in Patna. It is time to ponder and formulate inclusive and effective policies for the upliftment and restructuring of the healthcare system as a whole. Thank you. That is all about my presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Vinita Prasad, for your presentation. Our next paper is on rural health infrastructure of Dharwad district, Karnataka state, a spatial analysis. And to present this paper, I would like to invite Dr. Yalappa, Department of Geography, Karnataka University, Karnataka.
Thank you, sir. Myself is Dr. Yalappa. I'm from Karnataka University, Dharwad. So I would like to, thank to giving me this opportunity to present my paper with the help of our beloved research guide, Dr. A. Muliman, sir. So I would like to share my PPT. So shall I?
Yes, please.
Is it usable? Is it visible?
No, it is not, sir.
Not visible.
Please share your screen. You're not sharing your screen.
Just a minute, madam.
Yeah, sure, sir.
Screen.
How much time you are taking to share your screen?
Sir, just a minute.
Quickly.
Is it visible?
Yeah, now it's visible.
Okay, sir. Okay. So, yeah. See, my topic is rural health infrastructure of Dharwad district, Karnataka state, on a special analysis. So, see, as far as the introduction part is concerned, health is a basic requirement for every citizen of any geographical space in the world. See, health is a healthy sign of a nation for progress and contributing for future development and also reflecting the forthcoming generation. The strong health base is an indication of overall development. Adequate and appropriate health facilities are essential for the individual as well as the society for a future prospect. Where India is also not an exception, no society will not survive for a long journey without paying an attention and to provide a health facility. I have objectives. The main objective of this study is to discuss the existing medical facilities of rural settlements in the study area, mainly confined to study the medical facilities or health facilities of our rural settlements. In this study area, to planning strategy of for our medical facilities to the settlements which have been denied. See, database and methodology is concerned. The present study has confined based on the available information obtained from each Gram Panchayat visit and compiled along with the information supplied from the district health office, that is DHO at Dharwad. All the districts levels office, all the parameters are visited and compiled the information and accordingly discussed with the analytical method. Primary health unit and primary health centers are to be analyzed with the help of the map in the study area. The simple statistical method has used for the preparation of the tables and shown on the map for a spatial location point of view. See, as far as study area is concerned, the physical location of the study area is the important aspects to understand the characteristic of the different dimensions and reflect the personality of the region. See, Dharwad district is being a study area extension in a geographical area between 15 degree to 2 minutes north latitude to 15 degree 42 minutes north latitude and 74 degree 43 east longitude to 75 degree 35 minutes east longitudes. See, district has a covering bounded with the 4 districts, which is Belgaum district in the north, Haveri district in the south, Gadag district in the east, and Uttar Kannada district in the southwest. As compared to the state, it has a average literacy rate is 80%, which is higher than the other districts in the states. It is an area of 4,263 square kilometers with a population of 18,47,023 as per 2011 census, with a 433 persons of density of population per square kilometer. See, Dharwad being the district headquarter has all kind of administrative offices. There are also 352 settlements, 6 urban centers with municipalities that have been distributed in 5 talukas along with the 14 hublis and 144 gram panchayat. In the district, Navalgunda taluka is the largest taluka in the terms of area, where the Hubballi taluka is the smallest one. This map shows the study area of the map. See, as far as analytical part is concerned, my paper is purely based on the health facilities. So health facilities is one of the prime indicator, depends on the socio-cultural as well as the economic growth of any region in the world. If people healthy, then everything comes to the next. There is a close relationship between the medical facilities development and the manpower planning in the given area. Thus, the spatial analysis of the medical facility or a health facility is very much important in order to analyze the study area. Medical facility is concerned. See, health is important of any kind of human beings. See, table number 1.1, rural health infrastructure facility of Dharwad district, which shows the varieties of health facilities. Basically, we have categorized it into 7 level. One is private practicing, another one BAMS and BHMS and MBBS, primary health units, primary health hospitals, primary health centers, and district hospitals. These are the 7 hierarchical order of the parameter. See, and the basis of there is a number of settlements. How there are 352 settlements in the Dharwad district. As far as the private practicing is concerned, there are 367 private practicing are functioning or working in the 142 villages, and there is no any practicing of the doctors, especially in the 210 villages. As far as BAMS and BHMS is concerned, there are 290 total. There are 290 BAMS and BHMS doctors are working in the 132 villages out of 352. As far as MBBS is concerned, only 26 MBBS doctors are functioning in the rural area in the 19 villages. See, primary health centers is concerned. Primary health center is concerned, there are 71 primary health centers are functioning in the districts out of 352 villages. As far as veterinary hospital is concerned, only 76 veterinary hospital is functioning. As far as primary health center is concerned, there are 19 primary health centers are functioning out of 352 villages. See, as far as district hospital is concerned, my topic is purely based on the rural area. So district offices are district hospitals are almost all concentrated on the cities areas. So there is no any district hospitals. As far as medical facilities concerned, especially primary health units and primary health centers, there are 71 primary health units are functioning, and primary health centers are concerned, there is only 30 primary health centers are functioning in the study area. See, this is the medical facilities which is functioning in the study area. See, Dharwad district medical facility, these are the blue dots are showing that the primary health units, and red rings are showing that primary health centers. There are 30 primary health centers and 71 primary health units are functioning in the study area. See, as far as on the basis of facilities, we have been proposed the medical facilities in the Dharwad district. The proposed facilities of the each medical facilities in the 4 taluka have been identified and proposed not only for the local location of the settlements, but also to be served the rural settlements as well as the population by the medical facilities. The table number 1.3 reveals that the proposed medical facilities are distributed in 4 talukas, namely Dharwad, Kalgatti, Kundgol, and Navlgunda talukas. As far as Dharwad district is concerned, the medical facilities have been proposed in Hannapur of Dharwad taluka, Kamdoli of Kundgol taluka, and Halkuskal of the Navlgunda talukas. Settlements proposed for primary health units where it serves 8, 6, and 4 settlements, which is population of 12,137, 18,418, and 10,531 respectively. Mugud and Kotu settlements need to enhance the existing infrastructure facilities and to be provided the status of the work 24/7 of the PHCs. The settlements serve of the 16 and 13th also population of 33,138 and 26,177 respectively. See, Manugunji settlements of the Dharwad taluka and Galgi the settlements of the Kalgatti taluka, the medical facilities need to be upgraded from the primary health unit to primary health center, where the 4 primary health units will get benefited with a population of 12,345 and 9,530 respectively. These are the proposed medical facilities. See, name of the taluka is concerned. Proposed settlements is Hannapur. See, proposed medical facilities, primary health unit, the number of settlements to be served, and on the basis of settlements, the population to be served. These are the proposed area which have been identified in the 4 talukas respectively. These table shows the proposal or a planning strategy for the medical infrastructure facilities for the better life. See, this Dharwad district proposed facilities of the map, which shows the blue lines are show the proposed PH to PHC upgraded and proposed PHC to 24/7 the continuous services. These are the some planning strategy or a proposed facility for the study area. As far as conclusion is concerned, the present study of these medical facilities in the rural scenario of the Dharwad district is not up to the mark. The researchers identified that the medical facilities are the needful for the rural people, and also settlements are need to be upgraded, enhance the medical facilities in the Dharwad district. Hence, the study has brought out the planning strategy are to be implemented. Then only a district maybe have a healthy life in the medical field. So these are some references I have gone through and this is thank you, Nandal.
Thank you, Dr. Yelappa. We come to end of this session. Now the session is open for question and answer, and I would like to request everyone to post their question in the chat box.
I will take just 1 minute here, sir. Sir, if you, Professor Arvind Mulimani, if you can see, we have a lot of discussion in the chat box as well. So I think some questions have come and the participants have also answered the queries.
Yes.
So sir, if you just can conclude the session with last question from Minutha. Dr. Minutha is asking, like, what is the criteria for proposed health centers? I think this question goes for our last presenter. Mr. Yellappa, if you would like to answer this question, what is the criteria for proposed health center?
The criteria for proposing health center is being taken into consideration. How many villages have been served by a center? How much of population is being taken into an account? The served area and unserved area between the 2 health centers have been identified. Therefore, the gap between 2 is being taken into consideration, and the distance mode of the settlements which have been covered under the health center. For example, the maximum 10 kilometer radiation from the health center, if the village is access, if it is a 15 kilometer, 20 kilometers in access. For example, for delivery cases, If the woman is suffering serious pains, she can have a nearest health center rather than the longest journey. Keeping that in the mind, the distance is a matter, and served area, unserved area has been taken into consideration. Accordingly, it has been proposed based on the size of the population with the distance from the existing infrastructure of health centers in a study area. This is what the criteria is.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir, like just I would add here one observation, sir. When we are taking into consideration the distance from the center, so have you taken the shortest path distance or a radius or a road distance, actual road distance?
See, I will tell you, it is not a matter. Geographers are very particular to talk about it, not nearest and farthest. The center of a medical facilities, which is having its population threshold.
I know, sir.
That
Like,
patient threshold. No, threshold in the sense, threshold is always matters with the distance, isn't it? When it is been not axis, we have, because every day it has been served. Government, there is a one criteria is there. 30 to 35 villages is been served in one medical center, health center. Right? Because
so it's 80,000 population.
That population criteria.
It's IPH's guideline that one center.
That's what we are doing a research. Geographers, we are doing a research that the criteria is not suits to coastal area, not to hilly region, not to mountain region, not to valley region. See, geographical reasons, the criteria and distance matters are changes. Isn't it?
Yes,
it's
not from 80,000 to 120,000, sir. For hilly region, it is 80,000 per population per community health center, and for plain area, it is 120,000 population per CHC, sir. So I was just worrying, like, it is just a kind suggestion if Yellappa can think on it, because we have seen a lot of papers who are actually criticizing this buffer zone, because settlement, when we take a distance, suppose I want to go to hospital, so the distance of hospital from my home on a Google map on a straight line doesn't make any sense. I need to see how much it is accessible to me, whether I have a connectivity with that place or not. That connectivity, whether it is a shortest path, whether it is a rail line, whether it is a transport path, or whether again the transportation path, what are the frequencies of the vehicles, whether the vehicles are like it is available for all vehicles, or it is a rural area where the an entire day only one bus is coming. So that is also very important concern when we are talking about the accessibility of the healthcare facilities. It is not
Only
about
two,
the infrastructure.
Only two things are required. One is how much time to take to cover the destiny,
and how much cost you're paying for that.
How much, time cost, money cost, inconvenience cost, and excess cost are to be taken into consideration while working on this.
Exactly, sir.
One more I wanted to add in your observations. If you take we must expert to analyze the reality than using technology. If you put 100 mobiles in one car, or you can get 4 person in one car with having 4 mobiles with 2 SIMs. In a traffic, it will show 8 cars. Technology. In a bus, the people are sitting in the bus with using all mobile. 40 people are there in the bus which having 40 mobiles with 2 SIMs, double SIMs. That signal shows 80 buses are there in a traffic, but actually one bus is there. The technology is to be used in such a way that we have to apply our common sense and a technological angle, which we have to bring into that. This is a very good observation, and it has been taken care while preparing a planning strategy. All angle must be thought, and accordingly it has to be prepared. Good observation, Dr. Anu.
Thank you very much, sir. Now it's your time, sir. Kindly conclude the session and.
Thank you very much.
So that we can start for tomorrow also.
First of all, I thank all the paper presenters who have presented very well. There is no problem for that. And the first keynote address, we had a lot of discussion with Dr. Roy. I am not going to talk about once again about that. The rest of the technical sessions paper have been started with the first paper of mine. I think Arun Kumar sir is the right person to criticize or to have a discussion or deliberations with that. My paper, he has to tell, I need not. Second one is when you talk about the migration, nexus of migration, health has been, Dr. Harbit Singh has been brought out so much of inputs, but he has been presented very nicely, but time is a constraint. For that, we asked him to wind up, and accordingly he has been taken. The rest of the paper, like Raktim Mondal has presented incidents of riots in the West Bengal, pandemic situations. He has been paid a special attention that how riots have been took place in that. He has brought it to that. It is a good one, which we have been observed. The impact of COVID-19 lockdown on economy of Dayal place, she has been presented very nicely. Chandra Mallika Biswas with a local area with the common observations. Then the research we have expected a lot from Roshan Das, who has presented a paper on trends of research on COVID-19, a new research print year. Trend is not there, only types are there. It is a very good paper. March 22, the 3 phases, how many papers have been published, what are the themes, what are the topics, who are the people? Because it is a pandemic is meant for everyone. Most of the academicians from different angles, they have been brought out very good research paper and contributed using the COVID-19, health, environment, medical angle, economy angle, social angle, all kinds of the papers have come. In geographers also written, non-geographers are also written. The
I would like to make a point.
Papers have been brought out in a one tabular form, and one graph is enough that.
Right, sir. I would like to take a point out here. Sir, I have been only allotted a 3-month time period to work on this paper. I need more time to work on such papers, such
only
different papers.
One table and one graph is enough for that. See, when you talk about the trend, one table and one graph is enough.
Yes, sir. And I have provided one table and one graph.
No, trends I am talking about. How many papers are there? How many themes are there? How many papers have been brought out?
Yes, sir. I've worked upon that topic.
No. Just I am talking. You have to systematically categorize into geographical, non-geographers papers.
Okay.
That's Roshan, what I'm telling you. You are a geography fraternity.
Note down the points, Roshan. Like what sir is suggesting. Sir is talking about the bibliometric study and the systematic reviews that you have presented. Sir is giving very good observation. You can note down and you can improve your work further on that.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. I'll try.
So he is our first year student, sir.
Okay, fine. That's what we are advising, na? So you
sure, sir.
Specifically classify good. You made a good attempt.
Young researcher, please listen to the observation made by the chairman.
Sure, sir. Sure.
Okay, you just classify the whatever the papers which have been taken, made a survey, and systematically observed that how many papers have written by geographers and non-geographers. In geographers approach, what level, and other than the geographers level is what. So the environmental angle, we have to look at it. Ultimately, we have to do 2 things. I said in the beginning, physical space and human interactions. The physical space and human interactions are always mutually exclusive where we are talking about the environment either. So therefore, it has to be brought out. I am expected that's what I am telling. So you are also presented. The another one important area where we have to look at it is, as Yellappa, the last question was being asked and all those things. He has also made a systematic study and he has been suggested that the parameters have been taken. Dr. Anu, all graph theoretical measures are to be possible way they have been brought out. He has not been mentioned in that. What are the criteria, how it has been. Served area and unserved area, delimitation of that particular jurisdiction is not that easy task. Am I right or not?
Definitely.
Delineation of the region by the served area by a particular facility and non-served area facility, that is not easy task.
So it is a very not easy task,
and that gentleman has done it.
Yeah, sir. He can also, sir, like he can improve his work. He has done a lot of work, so we can see like a lot of perspective is there. He can apply the models. Hansen's model is there. Hansen improved model is there, so he can improve his work. Yes, sir.
Yeah, he has to focus more on that, but the parameter which he has chosen, he has been presented. So therefore, with all papers, 6-7 papers have been presented, and as a presentation is concerned, it is very nice. But as a chairman of this technical session, I will plot one important concept for all geographers. The innovative research is definitely developed in the well-fertile land of intellectual mind. We're all intellectual mind. We have to bring a new dimensions. To add and contribute a little more things to this subject. The knowledge of this subject, the horizon of the knowledge of the subject is to be extended by doing a very good research. Because of that, the conferences are to be arranged and organized. The conferences arranging is nothing but it is academic contribution is to be given and extended by a person. So keeping that in the mind, the intellectuality is to be enhanced by knowledge, by new dimension is to be focused. So I hope all the persons we have presented in next presentation of elsewhere or any paper which you wanted to prepare, you please pay more attention to the new dimensions of geographical knowledge, either in the methodology or in the approach or a technique or any technology. You have to bring out, you have to brought out, you have to bring in a such a way that the people should refer in future. That kind of concern is to be required. So with this, I'm concluding my session. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to act as a chairman in the inevitable. Any academician can do this. I am not a special one, but anyhow, it is an opportunity for me to chair the session in the presence of Dr. Arun Kumar Singhji, who is elderly discussions with academic matter. And I thank Dr. Anu Rai. She has been conducted very nicely, and Mallar Basu is also to be taken a part and conducted. And I congratulate all the participants who have been presented the paper and listening the talk of keynote addressee, and all persons who have been witnessing these sessions. On behalf of myself and behalf of organizers, I am thankful to you for your patient hearing and kindly enhance your knowledge, and hope so in future you have to act as a geographer. Geographers is the only person can move in the great world. The rest of the people have restricted. With this, I conclude my remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. And with the permission of chair and with the permission of Dr. Arun Kumar Singh, sir, we would like to end our day one session here. So we will again meeting tomorrow at 9 a.m. with the same joining link.
Thanks.
Okay, sir.
Thank you, everyone. Good night.
Thank you very much, sir. Good night. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
And I'm ending meeting here only. Professor Arvind, we would be looking forward to meet you tomorrow.
Exactly,
so
tomorrow I have one PhD Viva in my department.
So we are enjoying
tomorrow
the
I have a, no, that's true. But tomorrow I have one PhD Viva. I will finish it and at Joil exactly scheduled up for 12:26.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Sir, good night.
Thank you, sir.
Good night, sir.
Good night. Good night.
Good night. Good night.
Thank you very much and good night, everyone.
Yes.
Meeting end.